recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 53, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 404, The Little Prince.
Yeah.
The Little Prince.
I'm a little prince.
Hi.
Queen me.
Prince. Yeah, what an annoying title. I didn't find out the title till after I watched the episode.
Yeah.
So luckily I didn't have to go through the whole episode, and every time I saw Aaron thinking he was the Little Prince.
There's the Little Prince. Yeah. Apparently, I think on the podcast they say that it's a reference to something, but...
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be?
Good point. Yeah.
It's probably a reference to that novel by Anton de Saint-Exupéry, the writer and aviator, La Petite Prince.
Did you just make that up?
I just made that up. It was something I already knew beforehand, and it's now useful knowledge.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
No problem.
I'm going to go ahead and just believe that as the truth.
Thank you. I will send you your check.
It sounds true to me, so I think that's good enough.
Apparently this writer of this novel, The Little Prince, apparently was French, like Rousseau, obviously.
Uh-oh.
Trying to see if there's any other connections here. He was the kid in the book was a young blonde-haired child. Right. Okay.
Check.
Let's see. Oh, what? Interesting. Oh, Littleton plays on the title Little Prince. Apparently in the book, the Little Prince lives on an asteroid. Yikes.
Okay. That's not a check.
Yeah. But the asteroid is named Bezidouze. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sixdouze, which was the name on that that lock saw.
Yeah, I should know how to say that, but I don't.
Yeah, you should know. Yeah, the X and the Z, it's got some stuff in there. I didn't expect.
Yeah.
And there's some other little references here. Anyway, that's the title.
It is. That's the title.
The title. So pretty good episode, I think.
Did you like it?
Yeah, they had some good stuff in here.
Yeah, it could have been worse.
Yeah, it definitely could have been worse.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? B plus?
I'm gonna say, yeah, B plus sounds good.
Well, I think I don't think it was as good as Jughead.
No, Jughead was better.
Jughead has a lot of great stuff, but
yeah.
But it was good. It was good stuff. You know, we're back in LA for the most part with these guys.
The Oceanic 6 storyline.
Yeah, the 06.
The 06. Sorry.
And so what else do we talk about before we get into it?
Well, we already talked about the title, general reaction to the episode. Yeah, it has some good good moments, but yeah, I feel a little spoiled by last week. If I'd seen this one first, I think I would have liked it better.
Oh, totally.
But last week I enjoyed a lot and didn't expect to. This week I had a more, just balanced expectations. I didn't necessarily expect to be disappointed or the other way around, and And it pretty much met them, but last week's exceeded them, so I just have better.
Yeah, I agree. I wish I could have sort of saw this one first, but I have to change my ranking on this episode. I got to bump it up to at least a solid A, because it does have one of the, maybe even A plus, because it's got one of the biggest reveals of the show's history.
That's true.
And when that moment was happening, it was pretty exciting. Like, I was really almost literally on the edge of my seat. Like, I couldn't believe I was seeing what I thought I was seeing.
Yeah.
It was pretty spectacular to experience that. So that alone, and it, I think, on one hand, the Rousseau storyline, the beginning of that, isn't as big as the Widmore reveal, but it's been a longer time coming. That we're actually going to get.
That's true. Yeah.
So it means a bit more. So
yeah. It was introduced in episode 9, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Season 1. So yeah, it's hard to. I mean, Widmore wasn't even a person until the season 2 finale.
Yeah.
So that's in terms of the overall show, I think Widmore's more important. But in terms of what we've actually seen, I agree.
Yeah.
It seems like a bigger deal because it's like what's the word? Mythology, I guess.
Yeah.
I always say mythology, but I really mean like it's show mythology. What happened to Rousseau?
Mm-hmm.
Even to the people there. The people who crashed on the island.
Yeah,
they
part
sort
of the
of
history. I mean, it's
They know what the story was, and that's all we've really had so far. And I suspected, once they started time shifting, that at some point, we'd see something like this. But they actually still surprised me.
I kind of thought we would. I mean, it's the time shifting thing. I mean, once I saw how they were using it, which was, the Lossies keep coming into these situations that they've, the sort of like, tour through history of the island kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the Yimmy's plane crash.
Right.
We saw all these sort of like markers that we've seen throughout the show. So yeah, I mean, it's actually a really sort of ingenious tool, and story-wise, because they can just put them whenever they want and have almost anything happen in the context of the situation. Nevertheless, though, I do kind of hate all this time travel stuff because they're doing things that I just don't want to be true.
Yeah.
Like, as we'll talk about it more, but Jen being rescued by Rousseau, I just don't like that. Like, I just don't like that. I don't. For them to try to tell me that that's how it happened always, that if you would have asked Rousseau in season 1, did she save a young Korean man? And she would have said yes, like that. I just intrinsically don't like that, but it's fun to see it on the show. But it just bothers me.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to swallow.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if they just kind of stand back and watch everything from the sidelines, that would get kind of boring after a while. It's nice to have them participate, but then you're committing yourself. Then you're saying, this is how it happened. And that's weird. I mean, the whole thing.
That's the thing. It's just too weird.
The whole thing that's going on right now, like they're going to have us believe that they were wandering around in the jungle when Claire was delivering her baby, for example.
Yeah.
And
like exactly, like when Locke was out there pounding, trying to get the hatch open. Another version of him from the future was out there avoiding him. Like I just don't want to believe.
Somehow that undercuts the drama for me.
I totally agree.
It just doesn't feel right. It just yeah. So I agree. It's a great storytelling tool, but it definitely has a downside.
I think, I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but I really don't see why they couldn't have just done a different, used a different view of time travel to say, whatever the things they're encountering now don't change the original timeline. The things that we as viewers have known to be true and our perspectives have been, like the foundation that we've had on the show isn't sort of invalidated to a certain degree or, thrown askew by this whole thing. Like I wish they could have, done it both ways where they can show them in this cool sort of time traveling thing, but it doesn't really negate what happened before.
Yeah, sort of like one of your original ideas, which is probably maybe the anti-rigid framework, which is whatever they do once they leave is erased.
Mm-hmm.
If that happened, it could sort of work.
Yeah, because they can have it's real. They have the emotional whatever situation that they're in. But
they don't have to do pretty much a retcon to have us believe that these things really happened originally.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is, I mean, there's no way no one is going to convince me that they had this stuff in mind in season 1.
Oh, no.
I know in general they have plans, but like, that there were people off in the jungle from the future.
Yeah.
No way.
No way.
That's ridiculous. And so, yeah, I just...
Although that does remind me, the other thing I thought from this whole time travel stuff is this could explain why, why the others, when we first kind of got to know them in season 3, or kind of season 2 too, was the whole, how they knew the people who were on board and they sort of knew all this stuff, along the same lines of Alfred going to visit Locke or knowing that Locke is special. Well, he knows he's special because Locke told him he is, that sort of thing. Like, if there's some situation where a past Ben, gets told information about there's going to be a plane crash at this such and such a time, or, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they could be leading us to believe that there's some foreknowledge given to Ben and the others that influences how they came into contact with them and all that stuff.
I mean, I guess I thought that was already answered, just that, that we saw them tune into news reports, and at flight they find out, it was sort of, patchy, Mikey's job, to like get the manifest, find out who was there, get files about, like they have scenes where we see these things happening in the present, So it seemed pretty clear to me that they were just really on the ball.
Or was it all a ruse? Because they didn't want to explain that the reason we know this stuff is because you guys were already here 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just an idea that came to me.
Yeah.
We'll see. I agree. I feel like they have sort of answered that, but at the same time, there's other things I think that might come up that might be, oh, you knew this because of this whole time travel.
Yeah, and that's a worry I have. I'm worried about time travel being a catch-all for anything, I really don't want it to be, oh, that's time travel, oh, that's time travel, oh, that's time travel, it really does allow them to do a lot of things, and I don't want that to be the explanation for too much of the show.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. On the other hand,
God, maybe Smokey, what Smokey is, is like he's the reason he like attacks people is because when there's the whole time travel thing, and Smokey's from the future, and he's got to take the people out of the timeline because they're upsetting the balance. Is it going to be something like that?
Oh, and you know what else I've read? That the whispers are explained by time travel.
Oh, they totally are. Oh, God.
Yeah, and this is where they lose me. Like, I'm just, at this point, I'm just like, no, please let it not be everything.
Yeah, I think there's at least 5 ways the whispers can be explained by time travel.
Yeah, I know. And that's just not, I don't know. I guess they can do that, but, ugh.
Yeah.
Really? Is that really where we're going?
I agree. It seems, I don't know. I'd rather things, go towards mystical rather than like science or something.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
It's just a little bit more interesting when there's like some unknown to it versus, the whispers are just sort of, echoes from a time shift or something, or they're really there whispering in the, and then they flash out or something.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever. Like I said, there's other probable things you can come up with time travel, and why you could have the whispers like that. That would be lame.
Yeah, it would be. And I mean, once we see in this episode, Sawyer watching from the background a big event in the show happening, I just imagine more of that in the future. And if they start whispering, which they could easily do, oh God. I mean, I could just.
And the whole thing with like the whispers, like being backwards sometimes and stuff like that would make sense. Like some sort of time shift thing. That's just God, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's where we are now.
Yeah, that is where we are. See, I feel like that's what they're gonna do. See, that's the problem. Is it makes sense.
It does. Yeah.
And I can't fault them for doing something that makes sense, but at the same time, it's just ugh.
Yeah.
It's still good. It's still good to watch. It's just a little sad that if this is what it's going to come down to. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind some science, but I definitely don't want it to be too clear cut.
Yeah.
I think there's been plenty of sci-fi that's been able to walk that line pretty well, where there's scientific explanations for things, but it doesn't lose its mystery or interest.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
And if it gets too mundane, then it just kind of destroys the atmosphere of the show completely. So yeah, but we'll see. It hasn't happened yet. I mean, they haven't quite done this yet. So I'll reserve complete judgment until they really start explaining things like this.
Yeah.
But the potential's there, and it's definitely scary.
Yeah, this is all crazy. You want to jump into the episode?
All right, so I guess we're going to start. I'll be your narrator today. So buckle up. Here we go.
Going for a ride.
So we start off on Penny's boat after the rescue. Jack is on the deck of the boat, and Kay comes out holding the baby. Kay wants to include as part of the lie that the baby is hers. Jack says that we don't have to do it that way. Then Jack asks Kate to back him up when he presents the idea of the lie the next day, and she agrees because she's always been with Jack. So yeah. That's that scene.
All right. Pretty good start. I do have to say when I saw this scene, I was like, oh, we're back here again.
I know they keep going back to this time I'd never thought we'd see again.
I thought we were done with this after the second time we went there. But I guess there was more to say.
I know.
On the boat, man. I really thought the part of the trip you cut out.
They did cut it out originally.
Yeah.
But then we just keep going back. I didn't think we'd see it the first time, and now it's just like, yeah.
This is like the third time, right?
I think so.
Yeah. But it was a decent scene. It was nice to see how that idea of her being Aaron's mom came up and how Jack sort of reacts to that.
Yeah.
And I liked Kate's line of "I've always been with you," but I didn't really like how she came up close to him. It was a little awkward. Like it made sense, but it was just like she got close and I was like, oh, what is she gonna say? And she says this line. I'm like, that sounds weird. I don't know. It felt weird, but Kate and Jack, man. I mean, they've been together since stitched them up. After the plane crash,
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what that's supposed to be about. But I agree. She didn't quite nail what that was supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little awkward. She had the baby and all that.
Yeah. She did stop making those jokes, though.
I'll put the director on that one.
Yeah, okay.
Put the director. If she would have just stayed where she was and said it, maybe a close-up to her, not her walking close. So, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
But and the other thing I liked is, she's basically saying, I've always been with you. I hope you're with me.
Right.
I want the baby. And she didn't have to say that. She didn't have to say, I'm with you as long as you're with me. I'm glad they didn't have her say that.
Right.
But it's understood.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right. Next scene.
Sure. Okay, so the next scene where we go back where we left off with Sun and Kate.
3 years later.
Yeah, 3 years later. Kate's borrowing some clothes. Sun is going to watch Aaron while Kate goes to talk to the lawyer. Kate leaves, and just as Kate leaves, Sun gets a package. Sun goes back inside the room, and then she goes into the bedroom and opens up the package, and inside there's a file that has some photos of Ben and Jack with Vivian. Also in the package there's a box of chocolates.
Ooh,
but it's not only chocolates. It's also, underneath the chocolates, a gun.
Made of chocolate?
No.
Oh, no.
A regular gun, sorry.
Chocolate bullets?
Maybe.
Okay, cool. Oh, do you have to shoot them in your mouth?
I hope so. What else can you do with chocolate bullets?
I don't know.
So Sun takes out the gun and looks at it. Lost.
I do have to say, I nominate Sun for the worst babysitter ever. Let me point out my case here.
All right.
Because
and this year's nominations for the worst babysitter ever are
worst babysitter ever. So first, she thinks that all Aaron needs is candy and TV.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "Don't worry about us, Kate. There's candy in the minibar and hundreds of channels on TV. We're gonna be fine."
Are you saying that's not good stuff for a kid?
There's candy in the minibar.
What are you? Some kind of
like, what else does he need? He's got candy and TV. Okay, so that's the first thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is, of course, Sun, who is out, gallivanting around the world while her daughter is like back with the grandmother, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, and then the second Kate leaves, Sun gets the package and leaves Aunt alone. The very second Kate leaves, she leaves unattended, right?
Yeah.
Then she goes in the room to do her business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then she gets, more candy, which I don't think she's going to share this candy with him. He can have the minibar candy, but, she gets the special candy. And then she, takes out the gun.
Mm-hmm.
She has a gun and, in the next room. So, worst in like 30 seconds of watching. Worst babysitter ever. And of course, there's the scene later where she confirms her nomination. But I really thought that line was funny. The kid in the minibar, and Son just doesn't know what kids need.
It makes me wonder if that's. It reminds me of the whole Choo Choo Tunnel episode. Like, do they just not know what's good for kids or what they're about or whatever? Like, because Kate doesn't object to what Son says.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't say, "Oh no, I don't let him have candy or watch too much TV or whatever." It's just like, yeah that's what kids do.
Yeah, Candy and TV.
Candy and TV. Right? That's perfect.
Yeah, no, it's you know, it's supposed to be a very quick thing, but it's I just thought I just like the idea that Sun's a bad mother.
Yeah.
You know, just because it's funny.
I also want to note that even off the island, she's still getting stuck with watching Aaron while other stuff.
Oh, nice point. Still watching Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot how much she used to watch him.
Yeah, she was always getting handed that baby. Here, you take him. I got stuff to do.
Yeah, you're just dealing with your garden, son. We're going to go shoot people and, like,
yeah.
places.
And even when she's got stuff going on, she's still got to watch that kid.
Got to watch the kid. So why, son? Because you lied about not being able to speak English.
There you go. That's the problem. All goes back to that.
The original sin.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice way to put it. Okay, so yeah, worst babysitter ever. I'm gonna go ahead and vote. Agree with that.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I wouldn't leave my baby with Son. Let's just put it that way.
No.
Okay, so in the next scene, Okay, in the next scene, we're back on the island. Miles gets some water from a creek. Juliet and Dan are looking at Charlotte, who passed out. Sawyer stands by. Miles brings the water over. Juliet tells Sawyer to go away. Sawyer goes over to where Locke is. Dan tells Juliet he thought that this might happen. It's like really bad jet lag. Juliet is skeptical and asks why it isn't happening to the rest of them. Dan says he doesn't know. So,
all right.
There's that scene.
I don't know, but thank God it's not. That was a weird addendum.
Oh, did he say that?
Yeah.
I didn't add that. Yeah.
It was a very, what's the word? Like, I don't know. A little shot of the gravity of the situation and realism is, when someone's hurt or injured, it's not exactly polite to say, well, I'm glad we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just sort of a realism that comes through from that little line. Because if it was happening, it'd be bad for them to try to, because they need to be able to get out of the situation. So.
Right.
Yeah, this is weird. The whole thing with Charlotte, I really wish they would just get it over with. They've been slow playing this whole thing, and it's not helping the fact that every time she passes out, she wakes up and says she's fine. So the next time she passes out, it's getting progressively worse, and like in the next scene later, she's like, "Oh, don't worry about me, I'm fine." It's like, you're not fine. Like you're really just literally not fine.
I actually got the feeling she was fine this time. I got the sense she just, after this episode, she just kind of shook it off and.
She shook it off. You don't think it's been getting progressively worse?
No, I think she's fine now. I think the others are in trouble, but I think she's okay now.
Interesting.
That's just my guess. She just did it. I actually believed her this time. I know what you mean because she's been saying she's fine the whole time, but this time for some reason I got the sense she really was okay. But
is that all that's going to happen to them? Like,
here's my theory. Okay, this is God. Here's my theory.
Predicated on theory. Okay.
So when she woke up, she sees Dan and she goes, "Who are you?" And he says, he says Daniel, and she says Daniel, and so my theory is that somehow did it. That was her constant moment. It was just really short and undramatic.
Oh, that she got her constant, she's fine now?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's my theory.
All right. I mean, if that's what's going on, see, I thought it was more about, her being born on the island and they're doing this whole time shifting thing. I thought it was more about, like, related to the whole thing with the continent, but like more about, going to go towards getting into her history on the island, and apparently Miles' history on the island.
Right.
But if that's all it is literally like Dan says, the whole clock thing with your mind, and you just need a constant, then I'll buy that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just thought it was going to be more. I thought it was going to really, be more than that. Like,
yeah.
Get to the point of something more of like, oh, she's having this because she was born here, and then now we're going to talk about that, and oh, Miles, you're getting this too, and then eventually, right. Juliet gets it, and then it's going sort of in reverse order or whatever.
Right. Right.
All
and
right.
So with Juliet getting it, who I'm pretty sure wasn't born on the island, I mean,
that's the thing. It's related to how long you've been there.
Yeah, she has been on there a while, I guess. So there's
on there longer. So then, like,
yeah,
the Lofty should get it next because they,
Right. Sort of next in line. But yeah, I mean, I do feel like it's sort of a vehicle for talking about their past, but I'm starting to suspect it's just, it's the same kind of thing. They just need to sort of reset or reorient themselves or whatever, and then they'll be fine.
Well, why didn't Dan say that? I mean, he seems to kind of know what's going on here, but he doesn't seem to, but he should know that. I mean, he went through that whole thing.
It was his whole idea in the first place, so yeah. I agree.
So it seems like he should say, yeah, I think I know what's going on with you. Your mind is having trouble with this time shifting, and what you need is a constant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why can't he say that?
That's the thing. It seems like they're not talking about that anymore. And so I kind of feel like they're not going to say constant anymore. But I still feel like that's what happened. He should have said that. I agree. I guess I thought they just didn't want to talk about that, and it was just, I don't know. They just, I mean, it's really short. I mean, if my theory's true, she sort of finds her constant and gets cured in a few seconds. So, I mean, that's, that's nothing like the actual constant episode.
Yeah, well, he got, I mean, that was when, wait, what set that off?
That was a point of contention. It was either the fact that, well, in general, it was because they flew the helicopter through the barrier.
Oh, that's right, the barrier.
Yeah. Yeah, so in this case...
Yeah, but that's special, who knows?
Right. Yeah, apparently. But I'm starting to wonder, is he special, or is he just, well, okay, is it intrinsic to Desmond, or is it just because of what he's been through, Like, anyone else who had gone through his experiences, if someone else had turned the fail-safe key, would they be, would they have the same,
Well, no one else could have turned it because he was destined to turn it.
Oh, God. All right.
I mean, yeah, so. But yeah, no, I think he's special because of his circumstances, but those are, intrinsic to him, though,
Yeah.
But I think it's based on, his circumstances and the events that have happened to him.
Right. Yeah, okay. So who he is too tied up with the stuff he's done, and so you can't untangle the two, but I don't know, somehow I want to.
Yeah. I mean, you attach it to the events in his life, but those are because of him, so.
Right. Yeah. He was really the only person who could have done that. At that point in time. Like Kelvin could have done it earlier. He was. I mean, that's how we got introduced to it. If Kelvin had turned it, would it have happened to him? I mean, I guess
Kelvin couldn't have turned it.
Kelvin couldn't have turned it. Okay. Well, there's that. Okay.
Unless he was meant to turn it, which he wasn't because he didn't. And if he did, then he was always supposed to.
I forgot what world we were in. Okay.
Yeah, don't forget, please.
All right. I shouldn't even try to speculate about what if kind of things like that.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't supposed to, because he didn't.
Exactly.
So
it's pretty simple, It gets points for being simple.
It's definitely simple. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty easy to. Well. All right. So I guess I feel like it's going to get passed along, and they'll deal with it. And maybe they'll say constant at some point, but somehow I think they won't. I feel like it's. I don't know why, but I just feel like that's not a concept they'll return to.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I see what you mean. I feel like if they were going to bring it up, this would have been the point to bring it up.
Yeah.
So. But
yeah.
We'll see if they do. I mean, they're just gonna have everyone go through this and find out, and then what? We find out who's constant everyone is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Great.
Yeah, are you looking forward to that? Are you?
So I'm gonna say Kate.
Mhm.
Juliet's gonna say Jack.
Mhm.
Or I mean, who else would she say? I don't know. Ben, maybe something weird there.
I guess so.
Miles? I don't know who he'd say.
Well, I have no idea. He doesn't seem to be attached to anybody.
No. Yeah, it's weird. Well, okay. I don't know. We'll see what they do with it.
Yeah.
If it's just the constant thing, it's weird, but
yeah,
they'll do something else. Hopefully
I might be way off base, but I do feel like Charlotte's okay now. My reasoning might be wrong, but I do think she's okay.
She definitely seemed fine. I'll give her that, but she always seems fine after she has this, and this is a big deal.
Yeah, it was. They ended an episode on it.
Yeah.
So.
But it was a whole thing with, she definitely, did not know who he was, and then she knew who he was, and then she seemed fine.
Yeah.
She didn't go through the whole thing of really sort of, coming back and thinking she's in a different time or anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, she didn't really go through some of those steps of the...
That's the thing. It's not exactly like that. Because they're not... It's not
as drastic as it's not an extreme as...
It's not a past consciousness of themselves that's coming forward into their current selves. It's actually their physical bodies that are traveling through time. And not replacing or not inhabiting the old selves, but actually going back as they are in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes sense, so we can go with that.
So yeah, I mean it's all right. Fair enough. Let's see. Anything else about this scene? Next one. Okay, so Kate is in the lawyer Norton's office. Kate offers him a deal. She'll give the blood if she can talk to the client who wants it. Norton says he'll pass it along, but he's sure the answer will be no. And Kate is in no position to bargain. He tells Kate that she's going to lose the boy. Okay. That's it. Yeah.
Well, what was I going to say about this scene? What is there to say about this scene? This is obviously setting up who the client is.
Yeah.
He says, I think this is the scene where he says he's going to meet the client later that day. So this is, a big setup for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to me, when when he says, you're in no position to, this thing here. He says, you're in no position to make, any deals or anything. You're going to lose the boy. Like, I'm thinking, okay, who is this client? We talked before about it's probably Ben.
Right.
The other contender was Claire's mother.
Mhm.
So at this point I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's Claire's mother.
Right.
Who really? Because he, talking about exchanging custody. Because I'm thinking, Ben doesn't really want Aaron specifically. He just wants Kate to need a reason to leave and go back to the island. So this threw me for a little bit of a loop here, and then some of the other scenes.
I want to talk about that a little more at the end. When Kate confronts him about it, but I have to say I consider this a lost Lowdown triumph because you were pretty sure it was Ben. I pretty much agree, but I thought the other possibility would be Claire's mom, and they made us think it was her, and then said it was Ben.
Yeah, that's the thing. The scene starts the whole trail of the big red herring in this episode.
Yeah.
Where they lead us to believe it's Claire's mother, and then it's not.
And then it's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we pretty much nailed the possibilities.
Yeah, definitely.
And that was. At this point, I actually did think it was going to be her. It at least makes sense for her to want the kid.
Yeah.
And to have some claim to custody as well.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to Ben, I can't imagine what claim to custody he's supposed to have. For this kid.
Yeah. But that was the other thing too. His the stuff he was saying was so inflammatory. It still would make me think, okay, it's still probably Ben. He's saying these things that's going to make her really want to run.
Right.
Not just we want the blood samples, and 2 to 4 weeks later we'll get back to you with the results. It's like no, we're ready to do this now. This is that kind of thing. So.
Yeah. You see, do you actually think the lawyer's in on it?
That's what I wanted to talk about is how much the lawyer knows and what was he told to say versus what he knows is going on. And I haven't really decided, how I feel about some of that because, Ben is obviously his client, and I don't know if Ben came to him as just sort of a regular, the sort of Benjamin Linus, this guy who's whatever, he works wherever and he's got this lawyer. He's just a regular person. The lawyer knows nothing about the island and all that stuff. And he came to this lawyer and he's, told him some story about, why he needs to get this Aaron back and, whatever claim to custody there is. And so I don't know how truthful Ben was. I should say truthful because we would tell him lying. But I guess I should say how, what's the word? I guess just how much he let him in on.
Yeah,
forthcoming. Did he present it? Yeah, exactly. Did he present the situation like you would expect, like, I've got some claim to custody to this kid, or was it, hey, we're going to do this thing. Obviously I don't have any claim to custody, but you're my lawyer, you're going to do whatever I want, sort of thing. All the way to the other extreme of the lawyer knowing everything that's going on.
Right.
So I don't really know. I'm not sure. I think he's somewhere in the middle. I think he doesn't know everything that's going on, and he's pretty much just doing what Ben is telling him to do.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's not part of this underground crew or whatever Ben has.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We've been introduced to. Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I get the sense he's just sort of doing his job, and that involves him ratcheting up the
threats.
The threats, yeah, in this scene, and he's just this is a tactic, and he's not necessarily doing this for ulterior reasons other than what his job. That's what I think.
I guess a very simple question for this situation is, does he really think, they have a case?
Mm-hmm.
Is he really thinking this will go to trial? Did he really get a judge to sign an order? Are all those things, did he, dot his I's and cross his T's in his book and thinking this is, this is legit?
Right.
Or is he knowing that this is not for real,
Yeah. That's a good. I suspect that he doesn't know. I think he's doing what his client wants him to do, and I feel like he's not sure.
Do you think that? I pretty much agreed, but do you think, like, for instance, that he knows what evidence that Ben has against Kate? You know what I mean? Or does he just believe? Did Ben say, okay, I've got this evidence, we're going to win this case, and the lawyer agrees, or did Ben present him with something that says Claire is not the?
Yeah, I feel like Ben maybe presented him with something. That seems like something he would do, even if it was somehow not quite right. Yeah, I feel like he would have presented something. It doesn't seem like you could just out of the blue say, I want to get custody of that kid there. So go take a blood test and prove that's not really the kid's parent. Like, can you really just do that out of the blue with no? Well,
I feel like they, Ben and this lawyer obviously have some sort of relationship.
Yeah.
I feel like it could have gotten to the point where the lawyer just trusts Ben, and that he's not necessarily going to ask a lot of questions.
I see. Yeah.
And he might even believe that, transfer of custody is not the real goal here.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, he's just doing what Ben is telling him to do.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
I do like the actor they got for this role. He's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I do too. I was actually surprised to see him again. I thought that was just a one-scene thing. I didn't think he'd be back doing all this other stuff. So, yeah. Okay, so the next scene, we're back on the island. Locke says that we have to go back to the Orchid. Locke suggests using the zodiac graph to go around the island. Locke says he needs to bring the 06 back to make the shifting stop happening. He will do it even if it kills him. Dan calls out because Charlotte's waking up. Here's what we talked about. I was wondering why I didn't mention that. Charlotte says, "Who are you?" Dan says, "It's Daniel." And she says, "Daniel." Then she sits up and says she's fine. Miles says, "Now what?" Sawyer says, "We're going to the Orchid."
Nice.
So, yeah, there's that scene.
These scenes seem so much shorter when they're recapped.
Yeah, I kind of cut out the drama.
What happens, I guess.
Just sort of say what happens, yeah. So Locke wants to go back to the Orchid, huh?
Yeah, he does. He doesn't know what he's doing. Well, we'll start it there. Maybe we can go, yeah.
He really is just making shit up.
I mean, I guess it's a good idea. I'm actually surprised they even bothered with the whole geography of the island and how long it would take to get there. I was like, just go, guys. We don't care.
Yeah, I figured they could just show them walking for about 5 minutes and they'd be there.
Yeah. I don't care how far you guys are. Like, come on.
Maybe of course.
Maybe season 1 or 2 I would have cared. But.
Yeah, we tried early on. The geography got really crazy, so I don't think it works anymore.
Yeah, that's why it was weird for them to be so, specific about all
But I think they wanted them to go back to where the camp was so they could get involved in that whole ordeal, because they're not getting to the Orchid.
And like you said, I think the podcast before, when we were talking about the Zodiac graph was left behind, they wanted to use it for something. And
right.
They, so when this scene happens, like, oh, this is the thing they want to use it for.
Yeah.
They don't actually end up getting to use it, but
it did give them a reason to go back there.
Yeah, and the effect is the same. They found transportation where they were going to go. So.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what Locke thinks he's going to do there. He probably doesn't know, but.
Well, I think he might try to turn the wheel or
you think he'll just go?
with that. I think that's what I see him doing, is going down there to see what's down there, and he'll see the donkey wheel, and maybe he'll decide to turn it. Now, how he'll know which direction and how much, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe Jacob will appear and tell him.
Oh God.
He needs people to tell him things.
He does.
He really hasn't figured that out yet, is one of his favorite things to say.
I did like the line when Locke tells them that they're not dead. He doesn't tell them how he knows that.
Yeah.
But I think that is one of the pluses of the time travel, is you can sort of get, information from the future, kind of. And that, to me, that's what's weird is, this is 3 years ago, right, that they're on the island doing all this.
Yeah.
So it's going to take Locke at least 3 years for them to start to get back. And so are we supposed to believe that the Losties are time shifting for 3 years?
I don't know. I guess we'll see where Locke ends up.
I mean, or are they going to somehow go back in time?
That's the thing. Like when Ben did it, he went forward in the future. Like, I think it was about 9 months. So when Locke does it, like maybe he'll just get sent to the future. And so they won't have had to have been time traveling for that long. Well,
but even if Locke is into the future, I mean, the Losties can't come back other than in the present, right?
Well, yeah, but maybe if they come back, like, they'll, wherever they are, they'll return to that time.
They'll return to the past?
Maybe, or they'll come to the future, which is the present.
You mean the Losties on the island will come to the future?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like when. So
okay. I mean.
So like when the Oceanic Six get back to the island, it'll sort of balance the island and it'll stabilize in the present.
Yeah,
the 3 years
present
later.
from there. Yeah, from the Oceanic Six perspective.
But wouldn't it still mean that there were 3 years on the island of the islanders doing stuff, no matter what? I mean, how can you get around that?
Well, no, because they disappear. Like basically, from an objective point of view, they sort of disappeared during that time. So, like I could draw a picture of this. Like they it's like early 2005, right? And they, Ben turns the wheel, the island starts moving, and so they start skipping through time, right? And so, for each time shift that happens, you could measure how long it is between that time, and you add those times up, and that's how long they've been time traveling, right? Well, if Locke goes to the future, like say he goes to the future, like right now, he goes to 2007 or something, and then they come back. I mean, they could have been time traveling for a couple months, and if they get catapulted to the future, it doesn't have to have been, that long that they were time traveling. Mm-hmm. Because they're allowed to time travel, they can sort of cheat time.
But the Losties, but basically that means they have to time shift until the present, until the Oceanic Six is present.
Yeah, they would have to shift back to that time, but it doesn't have to take that long. Yeah.
Okay. See, this is what I don't like about time travel.
I know.
This is a little much.
I know. There's no way I'll buy they're going to do this for 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't make any sense to me that they were going to do that,
And based on what happened to Ben, like it's at least reasonable that Locke could go in the future. So that would explain why they didn't come back sooner or whatever, if Locke doesn't show up until later.
Or maybe Locke's already there, hiding in the bushes.
Oh, no.
Maybe, you know what? The oceanic six could be back already, and we don't even know.
Yeah, well, it's true. Yeah,
maybe they were the ones shooting at the Losties in the Cadmer.
That's a theory. I've actually read that as a theory.
I just made that up, and now that's a theory.
Yeah, it's a viable theory. We don't know who that is. And what you said is true. Like, if they're really time-shifting, they could conceivably shift to a time where the Oceanic Six arrives.
Yeah.
And that's weird, because that means that, I mean, if that really happened, it seems like it should already be fixed.
That's the thing. It should already be fixed.
If they're going to get back, then they always got back.
That's the thing, because the instant that they get back, it should fix itself throughout time, right?
Yeah.
So if they got back, then why are they still time-shifting?
Exactly, and that's I think that's a problem for the rigid idea. Because whatever the result is, basically based on what we've seen, they're going to fail, but I don't think that's true. I think they're actually going to get back there.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. We'll see how they make that work.
I mean, what if they just got everyone off the island? What if they time shift to the 2007 with the Oceanic Six are, and instead of them coming to the island, they just rescue everyone?
See, and that's weird too.
Why?
Weird
in what way?
If they rescue like a different, well, they can't though. They can't do that. Who are they rescuing?
They're rescuing the people who are time shifting.
But
the people who are time shifting time shift until the Oceanic Six is present.
Oh, they time shift to that time, then they just leave. But can they do that? You think they could leave?
Instead of the Oceanic Six going to the island, they say, "Hey, let's just go back home," and they all just get on the boat and leave. I mean, would that not be fine? I mean,
you think if they just left the barrier, they would be?
If they found the right coordinates to leave, what's the problem? And they don't have to be on the island, which was time shifting. It seems like things would be fine, except for whatever's left on the island.
Yeah, I guess the problem is that Dan needed to figure out the bearing or whatever. So.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying, like,
they could do that. I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Rescued? Yeah. I mean, I don't either.
But that does seem like a solution. It kind of reminds me of the whole baby thing, where it was just there was a really simple solution that no one seemed to want to acknowledge. With Aaron on the boat of the freighter and all that? Is that what you're talking about? No. The others not being able to have kids.
Just have the baby off the island and
come
back?
Either do that or conceive off the island. Both of them work.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, why did they insist on having it both ways?
Apparently getting off the island is just too cumbersome. It's just easier to let the women die or something.
I guess so. It just seems like such a waste. It seems like they could, if it's such a big deal, they could, make it a point to have, having babies voyages.
Yeah. I mean, maybe at some point they stop. I mean, I guess once Juliet's stuff didn't work out, I mean, I would hope at that point they would stop. But then, of course, the others get sort of destroyed.
Right.
Shortly thereafter, when the Losties show up.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe they just kept trying because she was there to help, and it just wasn't. It didn't work.
Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they do.
But I feel like this is like that in that they probably could solve it like that, but I don't think they will.
Yeah. I don't know. You think that the last episode, like we see the Losties on the island and they're sitting in the sand and like, well, we're stuck on the island, but that's where we want to be. Lost.
I mean, the show wants us to believe that, that there's some kind of thing about destiny and fate and they are supposed to be there and they weren't supposed to leave and whatever that means.
The thing is, they weren't supposed to leave, then how did they leave?
Well, I don't know.
They shouldn't have been able to, like, if they left and they were supposed to, like, the island always time-shifted because it's supposed to time-shift, and...
It seems like you can cheat fate, but fate gets mad.
But then fate always got mad, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes it seem like it wasn't fate. It was just, yeah, that's ultimately that's why the rigid thing is problematic, I think. It's too rigid.
Too rigid.
It doesn't if you're going to start talking about things like that, then you have to explain why there's a problem at all.
Yeah, because there isn't.
Yeah, exactly. Things are the way they're supposed to be, because the way they're supposed to be is what they are.
Yeah, I mean, the island's time shifting because they left. Well, they were supposed to leave. The island's supposed to time shift, and Locke is supposed to fix it if you fix it. Like, that's it.
Exactly.
What's the big deal? I mean, obviously, there's, the drama and chaos if you're in that situation, but objectively, it's like, what's the big whoop?
Exactly, yeah. There's really no need to worry.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's already been fixed if it's supposed to happen.
Exactly, yeah. You can really take comfort in that.
Yeah.
We're if we're going to succeed, then we will succeed. That's it.
Yep. It's kind of nice.
It is strangely comforting.
And if we're going to fail, we've already failed.
Yeah. Yeah. It sort of makes the drama weird, but yeah, it's nice. All right, so do you think they're going to get to the orchid?
I think so.
Anytime soon?
I mean, yeah, I'd like to see them back there. I think Locke has a good hunch that there's something there maybe. I mean, obviously the wheel is there, so I mean, I think that's obviously what started this whole mess. So I think it's worthwhile to go back there. I hope they do actually make it, but I could see them getting sidetracked.
Yeah. Well, they definitely did this episode, but okay. Yeah, I feel like they ought to go back there. I actually thought they were going to make it.
Yeah, they were close.
I didn't see their complications arising. I was like you when he said, let's go to the orchid. I thought they just cut to there, like, right away.
Yeah.
I didn't expect all the travels.
The whole journey.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, every now and then, like, there's those moments when they have to get somewhere, and it's like, yeah, but it's really far, and there's, like, all this time they have to spend, trekking to get there.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that when they want to, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Next scene?
That reminds me.
No?
Sorry. When Miles says, when Charlotte wakes up and she's fine, and she says she's fine, and Miles says, hooray, everything's back to normal, now what? Like, that was a weird line to me because, he's obviously sort of being sarcastic, but I also think they're telegraphing to the audience with that.
Me too. I forgot to mention, that was another piece of... Because when Desmond was fixed, Saeed asked him how he was, and he goes, perfect. I felt like this is kind of like that.
Yeah, and I didn't know how much to put the weight on them telegraphing, because I thought he was more saying the Charlotte sort of, everything's back to normal in terms of us just, them trying to get to where they're going. But in terms of Charlotte, if that's what he's talking about, like, okay, she's totally fine now, she's back to normal, then I can see where you're talking about. Yeah. So yeah, look at that.
I guess I thought he meant in general and with Charlotte also.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the Charlotte thing I didn't piece together, but I do think he's talking about that she's normal now.
Yeah.
Lame.
Yeah.
Lame.
Which is really weird. Much like Jack's appendicitis from the fourth season.
Wait, when did Jack have appendicitis? I don't remember that. There's been no mention of it since, my friend.
It was a whole thing, and Juliet was yelling at him because he was running around, and it was bleeding, and it might get infected, and there was this whole insinuation that the island was mad at him, and that's why...
That was good times. I remember that.
Yeah. It was a whole ordeal.
Yeah. I remember that episode. It was pretty good, and, like, she had to do the surgery, and Kate had to hold the mirror. And... Yeah.
And he wanted to like direct the surgery, but as soon as it started, he just started yelling in pain. So Juliet knocks him out and then yells at Kate to get out of there.
Yeah, Juliet, man, Juliet. I have to sing her praises a little bit in this episode later for a little thing.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Juliet.
I agree. whatever that entails, I think I agree.
You will.
Okay, so next scene.
Yep.
Okay, so we are back with Jack and Saeed in the hospital. Saeed wants to leave. Yeah, Jack doesn't want to let him leave because he had so much tranquilizer in his system. Saeed is skeptical about Ben being on their side now. He's worried that Jack sent Ben over to get Hurley. Another doctor comes in and asks to have a word with Jack. Jack leaves the room, and we follow him. She tells Jack off for being in the hospital after his suspension for what do they say, for drug something?
Suspended on charges of substance abuse.
Substance abuse. There you go. Okay. Yeah, suspended for substance abuse. Jack says he takes full responsibility, but she says no. Actually, the hospital takes responsibility. But then he gets a call on his cell phone just in time and excuses himself. The phone call turns out to be Hurley calling from jail, telling him the good news. And Ben walks in right after Hurley hangs up and asks how Saeed is. And then maybe I'll just do this next part too. We go back to Saeed, and an orderly comes in and says he has some medication for Saeed. Saeed seems to be skeptical, and rightly so. The orderly suddenly turns and fires some darts at the bed, but Saeed isn't there anymore. Then they have a little struggle. Saeed sort of chokes him and wrestles him to the ground and asks him who he's working for. The orderly says the address is in his pocket. Saeed shoots him with the dart gun and then fishes in his pocket. He pulls out an address that's in there, and we find out that it is Kate's address.
All right.
So there we go.
So the first half of this, we learned that Saeed had 3 doses of horse tranquilizer in his system. He was out for 42 hours. That's a long time.
That's a really long time.
That's almost 2 days.
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy. The whole thing about Ben and Saeed is brought up again here. We still don't know where the split happened with Saeed and Ben.
Right.
We still don't know, before they were working together, now not so much.
Mhm.
So we still don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, they brushed that aside.
Yeah.
But there is something there.
The Dr. Ariza, who comes in, I think ties into my the thing I was talking about the last episode, the one before it, when I was, questioning how can Jack just, run all these medical procedures in the hospital and no one is in there watching what he's doing.
Yeah.
So I was happy to see that someone was watching what he was doing, and then it was cool to find out that this is that he's actually, not even supposed to be there.
Yeah. I forgot that he's actually not in good standing.
Yeah, I forgot too.
They messed with the timeline, and so they showed him being the version of Jack that had it together after they showed the Jack falling apart, but the timeline was the other way around. So at this point, he's really he's in his he's pretty much hit rock bottom, and he's on his way up, but
he's climbing his way out of it.
Yeah, it's barely started though at this point, so he's still in trouble for those scenes we saw where he was sneaking in the hospital and stealing the drugs and stuff like that.
Yeah, bad doctor.
So I kind of thought he had somehow sneaked in there. So it was nice to see that's apparently what he did.
Yeah.
That was good.
It was a little weird to me that he got out of that situation with a phone call.
Yeah. That was a little too easy.
This is a pretty serious situation in terms of, her job and responsibilities and stuff. It's like, oh, excuse me, I have a phone call. It's just like somehow we never have to deal with that again.
Yeah, that was it. Problem solved.
Problem solved. My phone is ringing. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
The Hurley scene, part of this scene when he calls, it's that classic Hurley that I've always hated, man. Not just Hurley, but anytime a character is just totally misguided and thinks they're doing the right thing, it's so annoying to watch. And especially when it's Hurley.
Hurley's pretty good at being that way, though.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Yeah.
He's like, it's cool, man. They can't get me. I'm in jail. And doesn't he have time to, he's got his one phone call. I'm assuming it's something like that. He's got limited phone calls or something. And it's just weird to me that he doesn't even take the time to, stay on the phone and talk a little bit longer before he just, I did the right thing. I'm off. I'm on it. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
It was so weird.
He didn't even let Jack respond.
He was like, Ben's never gonna get me now. Thanks, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, Hurley, don't you want to talk to Jack to see what the next step is? Like, don't you want to talk to Saeed and what's your plan after this, Hurley? Great. He just has no there's no follow up to his plan.
No.
Step 1. Do the opposite of what Ben says.
Mm-hmm.
Step 2, get arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Step 3, call Jack and tell him I'm awesome. He is. I don't know.
Yeah, that was it. The 3-step Hurley way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hurley. It's classic Hurley. So.
It's in the bad sense of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I liked Hurley, some of the stuff, especially last season. This subplot, and especially from what we learned about it later, it just seems so pointless. If it's really going the way it seems to.
Yeah. I don't know why they're wasting time with it. Hopefully there's something else going on here. But.
Yeah.
So then we have the next part of the scene, the Saeed part.
Mm-hmm.
Ben seeing Saeed, that was a little tense. Oh wait, that's the end of this scene.
Yeah, that's later. I didn't get to that part.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at a transcript and Ben is asking how Saeed, but I thought he was asking Saeed that. He's asking
hey, Saeed, how's Saeed doing?
I read it as how are you doing, not how's Saeed. Ben doesn't actually say that. So yeah, the scene with the hitman, that was pretty awesome. I immediately thought, obviously this guy is not here to give him meds.
Yeah. Especially because we seem to have just learned that they're not, authorized to be in there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something's fishy right away. The guy has his back turned, the whole thing. When he turns around and shoots and Saeed isn't there, I kind of saw that coming. But when Saeed just grabs him from the side, and then the whole ensuing fight, I'm in awe of Saeed. I don't know why they're making him such a badass, but I love it.
I know. It's really
awesome.
ridiculous.
He's too awesome. I mean, he's recovering from sleeping, from being passed out for 42 hours and having 3 doses of horse tranquilizer, and he manages to take this guy down.
Yeah.
He's almost superhuman. There's something crazy about Saeed, man. There's something the early, season 1, season 2 stuff, when he was the torturer and stuff, I never knew he was this guy.
Yeah.
Or capable of being this guy.
Right.
But it's awesome. I love it. It's awesome to see this Saeed.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Because he used to just be the guy who fixed things and who came up with plans and ideas, and and now he's just like this, I don't even know what to call him. He's like this ninja.
Yeah. Super spy.
Yeah, he's like Ninja Saeed.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's great.
Yeah, I don't know. That was quite a move. Like, he got off the bed and moved around to the side in that period of time so that he wouldn't be there and could attack from the side when he fired the gun.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
It was quite a move. Yeah. Yeah, no.
And I think what happened was that the guy was like, I don't even have to give you a shot. I can just do it through your IV. And then they cut to Saeed. He looks at the IV. You cut back to the guy, and then the guy turns around and shoots, and Saeed isn't there anymore, and I think he's choking him with his IV wire, So there's like weird connection there between, Saeed realizing this guy, what this guy's up to, and then hearing that this guy's gonna, basically poison him in his IV, and then using the IV to actually strangle him. That was all really great.
Yeah. So there's an obvious question here, which is, who are these people? I still wonder.
Who are these people?
Like, Saeed just seems to have random goons coming to kill him, repeatedly, and I don't know why. I don't know who they are. I don't know why they're doing this.
Maybe they're Ben's people. And Ben is just trying to get Saeed unconscious to bring him back to the island because he knows Saeed will never go back.
I see.
But I don't know, because has Saeed even been asked to go back to the island?
I don't even think so.
I don't think anyone's brought that up to him.
No, I don't think they brought that up.
So that's the thing. I don't really know. I mean, this probably ties into Nadia, right? Maybe? Because Nadia was killed, right?
Yeah.
But that was the original people he was going against, right?
Yeah, that was the original thing.
So this is maybe still those same people.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I guess what I feel like it is, since Saeed worked for so long as a hitman for Ben, that the people who were associated with the people that he killed are the people that are coming after him. That's my best guess for the moment.
There is a connection too with Hurley and the guy who was waiting for Hurley out there. But it could be. I mean, if it is Ben's people, or if Ben is, because that's the thing. They're not trying to kill him. They're tranquilizing him all the time. They're not trying to shoot him and kill him.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a big difference there. But maybe it's the guy who was waiting outside of Hurley's place was because Ben knew that Saeed would go try to find Hurley. So this guy's out there waiting for Saeed, and of course Saeed has the upper hand there.
I see.
So I think again, I'm gonna have to, for no better reason other than I have no other guesses. I'm gonna say Ben's behind this one too.
Okay. It's saying Ben's behind it is always a good bet.
I know, it's just a safe answer.
It's hard to really go against that.
Yeah.
But for the moment, I'm gonna go ahead and stick with Widmore.
You're gonna stick with Widmore? Okay.
Yeah.
That's that's another one. I don't know why Widmore would want Saeed. Especially when we saw Widmore last, he was just doing his paperwork in his office.
My only reason is that Saeed was killing Widmore's people, and he's just going after him as revenge or whatever. Or maybe since they were tranquilizing him, he was going to try to get him and get information from him or something.
Yeah, I can see that.
But Ben is actually a viable guess, and I 40% believe that. Cause,
I can see that. Maybe he wants information.
I
don't see. That's the thing. Then how do you explain the guy who was watching Hurley?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know what that guy was doing. See, maybe that guy was Ben's.
Okay, just that one guy.
Yeah, just that one guy.
And that's the other thing too. Ben knew where Saeed was because he had talked to Jack.
Mm-hmm.
So sending the guy to him into the hospital ties it. Why we have no reason.
How would Widmore have even known he was there? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Yeah, you're right. It's probably Ben. I give up.
I mean, all signs point to Ben, but Whitmore is definitely in the running.
Yeah. I don't know how he could have done that, but
it's so fast too, right? Because I mean, they weren't there that long.
Yeah, that was pretty fast. No one should have known they were there really, except Ben.
And there's that scene with Ben and Saeed where Ben asked Saeed why is he protecting Hurley, or why did he go for Hurley? You know? So it's like he brings that up. So I think it's Ben. I think Ben has figured out for each of them what's going to make them want to go back to the island, and he's just putting that together.
And for Saeed, it's tranquilizing him.
Well, I think for Saeed, maybe it's sort of like he's going to say something like, Saeed, I didn't ask you to come because I knew you would never do it on your own free will, like kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Saeed will probably be like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Something like that, so.
I see. Yeah.
I don't think Saeed has any real reason to go back.
No, he doesn't. No. It would just be, to save them all or whatever the story is.
Yeah.
But
whatever it is this week.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have the personal reasons to go back. On the other hand, he doesn't seem particularly attached to the real world. So,
yeah.
Unlike some of the other characters. So,
yeah.
So he doesn't have any reasons not to go back. So.
Well, other than the island isn't the best place to live.
Well, yeah. I guess there's that.
Stranded on versus the real world.
Right. Yeah. There's that.
There's that little thing. That's
there, definitely. Oh, so so the other thing here is the address. I get confused by this, but we're not supposed to believe that Kate hired these people, are we?
No, we're supposed to believe that they were going to go to Kate's place next, I think.
Yeah. I agree, but he sort of says, "Who are you working for?" And the guy gives him this address, and it makes it seem like who he works for is this address, but
I know it was weird. It was like, "Who are you working for?" And he just says, address in my pocket, and it was more. I got the sense it was like, he didn't answer that question so much as he just told him, he just gave him information. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean.
And there's no way I'm going to buy Kate hired this guy to get Saeed for some reason.
Yeah, of course not. And I think why would this guy have that address if that's sort of his boss's address or the person who ordered this?
Mm-hmm.
And if this person is Ben, why would this guy even have that address unless he was supposed to go there, right? At some point.
Right.
So, it could just be, he was supposed to carry out this hit and then go, Ben says, hey, you do this, meet me at this address.
Mm-hmm.
But he's doing that because, I
see. So the picture that's emerging is Ben's just doing everything he can to get everybody together. And
that's the thing. If this guy, the way it plays out, the guy is found with Kate's address. He's a hitman. Now we're worried about Kate.
Mm-hmm.
Ben could assume that Jack would get Kate to come with him.
Right.
Because Jack is the big protector. The problem with that, the way it plays out, it works fine for me in my head. But the problem with that is, if the hitman, Ben would have to assume the hitman wasn't going to be successful, because if the hitman was successful, and he, I guess that's just Plan B, I guess. Then, if the hitman actually, tranquilized Saeed and got him, then yay, we got Saeed. Ben probably has has the other plan to get Kate, which is the whole Aaron thing,
right?
But if the hitman thing doesn't work, then Jack will then Ben can plant the address. Jack can, be alarmed and find Kate, and then either way, Ben gets Kate to come to him.
Right.
Sort of. So maybe that's just the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we already find out one thing that he's doing, in addition to just the stuff he's doing directly with Jack, behind the scenes, like the fact that he's behind this lawyer, going after Kate about the kid. So he could just be churning away with all sorts of backup plans in case whatever Jack wants to do doesn't work.
Yeah, because I mean, this whatever Ben is doing, it's got to work, right?
Yeah, apparently.
It's got to happen. So.
Yeah. Okay.
It is weird though. It did come off weird. There's been some, I think there's been a couple little things like that before with questions. Someone will ask a question and then the answer isn't exactly the answer you thought it was going to be, and it just turns out weird.
Yeah.
It just seems like they went in a different direction. Like, well, we're not going to answer that, but we'll give you this other thing.
Right. Yeah, and once you find that out, you kind of forget about the original question.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And then it's just, Kate's in trouble. Yeah, I guess some of that stuff made me think it was just people going after the Oceanic Six, whoever people is. And that's, the same people who did that are the people who are watching Hurley and going after Saeed, obviously, in this scene and in the previous episode. But it doesn't seem like they're after, like, some of the other people, so I don't know.
Yeah, nobody's after Sun.
Nobody seems to be after Sun. Of course, Sun's collaborating with Widmore now. And Jack is collaborating with Ben, so...
Oh, that reminds, I guess, do you think that's where that gun came from? Was from Widmore or something?
Yeah, something like that, I guess. Yeah, I didn't really say that, but
I figure it was, the reason there's not a scene where she just goes and buys a gun is, they want a gun that's untraceable or something, or something like that. Some reason that gun is special and, unmarked or something, unregistered, I don't know.
Mhm.
But, it seems like, so basically, I guess we didn't really talk about that scene.
No, we just talked about how bad a babysitter she was.
She's such a bad babysitter.
It's hard to talk about anything else.
I guess the idea is that Widmore had his men do some surveillance on Ben to find his location, and now that sort of Sun knows that he's with Jack, she uses that to track down Ben, and now she's going to try to kill him. Yeah. Is that it in a nutshell?
I think that's it.
All right. Yeah, I also want to mention the pictures that she saw were taken of Jack and Ben were taken at the funeral home.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You see the name of the home in the right behind Jack. Yeah.
Just
so it looks like it was them when they were loading up Locke's body or something like that.
Mhm.
Around that time frame. But all right, next scene.
Yeah, that's such a great name. It couldn't possibly be an anagram for anything.
No.
Sounds too good.
Sounds like normal.
Apparently the name on the van is also an anagram.
What's the name of the van?
I don't remember. Let me see if I can find out real quick.
Please tell me it's an anagram of this is not an anagram.
I'm sorry, it's not that clever. Let's see here. Okay, why would I find it? I didn't make this up, did I?
Are you making up stuff again?
I really thought I saw somewhere that it was an anagram. Okay, well, I can't find it now, and I don't even remember what it said, so sorry. Gonna have to...
Is it an anagram of the on the truck that they were using to...
Yeah, it's from what I remember, it's a name on the van. Whatever it says. I really thought it would be here on this page, but I can't even find it.
Name.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't mention that on here. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Here it is. Okay, the name on the side of Ben's van,
Oh, here it is.
Canton Rainier is an anagram of reincarnation.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So, boom.
All right.
Yeah. Want to throw that in there. Throw it on the pile.
Apparently, I don't think I knew this one. Anthony Cooper plus Adam Seward is an anagram of Sawyer, the con man, a poor dad. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Here's a trivia question for the audience. What was the first lost anagram?
Whoa.
You know, Justin?
I don't even know.
You could guess.
Is it a real one, or is it one like that where I'm not even sure if that's intentional?
It's a real one.
Okay. I could actually guess this?
It's a classic one.
Oh. Oh, God. There were anagrams?
Remember Gary Troop was an anagram for Purgatory?
Oh, yeah.
There were, Middle Oath, Lost Time.
Oh.
They had anagrams.
I forgot. You're right.
An anagram for a while.
So, what season? Is it first season?
I would say season, is it? Yeah, season 1.
Oh, God. Let's see. Wow, I have no idea. I can't think of anything from that time period that could be an anagram.
I'll give you a hint. It was a character's name.
Oh, Ethan.
Ethan Rom.
Ethan Rom, Other Man.
Yep.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's a real one.
Yeah, that's a real one.
Other Man. He's just an other man.
Other man. Okay. So, you ready?
Next scene, yeah. Yeah, so picking up where we left off, after they find Kate. So Jack calls Kate and asks if she's at home. Jack tells Kate that he needs to see her, so she tells him where he is, where she is. She doesn't tell him where he is.
Jack, you're at the hospital. I know that because I'm Kate.
Yeah, that would have been a different scene. I would have liked to see that, but that's not what happened, so I guess I won't talk about it. Jack tells Ben and Saeed, I'm sorry, my writing got weird here. Jack tells Ben and Saeed where he's going, which is to say to meet Kate. Ben says he'll deal with Hugo. Saeed says he won't let Ben get anywhere near Hurley. Ben says they should save their dirty linen for later and save his friends now. Saeed agrees, as long as he can drive. Ben tells Jack to meet them at the Long Beach Marina with Kate.
That's the line I didn't know what he said. I think both times I watched this episode, I missed dirty linen, and I didn't catch what he said, and I got the context, but I didn't think about it. So when you said that, I'm like, dirty linen? What the hell? I don't remember that line. Yeah, that was the thing I didn't catch.
Actually, I didn't get it either. I had to look at the transcript.
Yeah. What did he flub that line or something?
He says it really. He doesn't enunciate it very well. It's sort of.
Yeah, because I remember the first time I watched it, I'm like, save what for later? And I was like, I don't want to go back to watch it to listen again, but because it didn't seem like a big deal. But
yeah.
But yeah, both times I watched it, I missed what he said.
I went back. Once I got to that the second time, I looked at the transcript. I went back. I listened to it. That time I could hear it, but it's hard to understand.
Dirty linen. See, that's when writers get clever. You know, say dirty laundry if you're gonna say that. Come on, guys. Come on.
Too cliche.
Not all clever, and it didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the point too, but I was just like, whatever. I'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is confirming that they have dirty linen or laundry, as it were. There goes my catchphrase. So free to use it if you want. So presumably at some point we'll figure out what the problem is.
Yeah.
I really don't know, and there's just no way to know at this point. So, but Saeed's willing to go along for now, so it can't be too serious.
I want to believe it has to do with Nadia.
You think so?
I do think so.
Okay.
What if Saeed found out that, like, the person who killed Nadia wasn't a Widmore person, but that was just a way for Ben to conscript Saeed into working for him?
As I recall, that was your original theory about that whole thing.
Look at that! I'm consistent.
Yeah, I had an occasion to listen to that podcast where we found out about that for reasons I won't specify, and I
mystery on the Lost Lowdown.
Yeah. And I heard the part where you mentioned that. I had forgotten that was your theory, but yeah, you mentioned that you thought maybe Ben actually kills her as a ploy to get Saeed to work for him.
Well, I'll have to say that I still think that. I still want to see if that pans out.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't discount the possibility. I'm still leaning towards that not being the case for now, but yeah, that's there. I mean, if he really thinks he did that, I feel like Saeed wouldn't be willing to put that aside.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think there's, if that happened, I think there would obviously have to be some sort of reason why Saeed isn't, trying to kill him right now.
Yeah.
That they could sort of explain. But I kind of feel something along those lines is that's what's going on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. So, yeah. Anything else about this scene?
I do want to mention the fact that Ben calls Hurley Hugo and Saeed calls Hurley Hurley.
Mm-hmm.
Consistently. Thought I mentioned that.
Yeah. I didn't notice that.
You didn't notice that?
No. But
yeah.
now I do.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
I think Jack calls him Hurley too, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the others in general usually use their real names, not their nicknames.
Yeah.
Sawyer was James.
Yeah, it makes
sense. And the people who know him as Hurley call him Hurley in general.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing crazy there. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Because it seems like, when you're talking about the same person, usually I think people would sort of, pick a name and stick with it for the conversation, but
right.
But they don't.
But they don't. They have them stick to what they usually call them, even if it's right next to each other. So, yeah. Okay, so the next scene is back on the island. Sawyer asks Locke what he will say to Kate to get her to come back. Locke doesn't know. They see a beam of light in the distance. Locke wants to avoid it for unspecified reasons. Dan asks Charlotte about her headache, which is better. Miles has a nosebleed. They hear a scream. Sawyer goes to investigate, and it turns out to be Claire having her baby with Kate. Yeah. Out pops the baby. I wrote that. I don't know why. Sawyer focuses on Kate. Then another time jump happens as they're celebrating the baby's birth. And after the time jump, they're gone, and it's daytime again. Locke asks Sawyer about what he saw, and Sawyer says, "It don't matter. It's gone now."
It don't matter. Maybe Sawyer's the Little Prince.
You think so?
So this is the scene that orients us when we are on the island.
Yes, when. When and where.
We got to see.
Sort of.
I guess we got to see the light, the huge beam of light in the jungle.
Yeah.
It was a little much, I think, for like a light, a 120 watt bulb that went off or whatever.
Okay, so I have some thoughts about that. And they're not quite original. I was reading what other people said about this, and so I didn't exactly think of this because I didn't remember. But yeah, if you watch the original scene where he pounds on the door and sees the light, like it's really not. It doesn't look like that. It's not this huge beam of light that shoots up into the sky like that. It's there's a tiny window that it comes through, and it's kind of a yellowish glow.
Mm-hmm.
But when they blow the hatch door off at the beginning of season 2, Desmond, I guess, turns on the light down there, and it does shoot out of there like that. So they did show it working like that at one point, but that was after the door was off. So so they have depicted it that way, but just not at the time that they're saying this event was.
I see.
So it's kind of weird. But yeah, I forgot when like the light suddenly comes on at the beginning of season 2 and it shoots up like that. I saw a picture from that episode. I had forgotten that they did that.
Yeah, me too.
So I don't know if that's just a continuity mistake or something. They thought that's what it looked like, and forgot that it looked like that at a different time. I guess.
I mean, if they showed it the way it should have looked, it wouldn't have necessarily been. Then they wouldn't have been able to see it.
They wouldn't have seen it. Yeah, that's true. I had no idea what it was until it was clear from the context. Because
I didn't. I caught it a little bit before they said it, but I couldn't tell what it was. I didn't know. I couldn't tell it was light at first. It looked like a spire or something weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, this is one of the first big scenes where we're seeing past events from a second perspective now.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is definitely one of those scenes where I start to cringe a little bit because that means that when this was happening, Sawyer was just off in the bushes and wherever else he was on the island at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that just bothers me.
Yep.
I don't want to buy that he was really watching it. Also, I went back and watched the original version of this scene, and what I had forgotten was that Charlie and Jen were there, and they cut them out.
Yeah, I did remember. I did expect to see other people because I thought, because when Claire was having the baby, didn't Charlie went to go get Jack or something, right? Or did one of them try to go and then come back or something?
Yeah, you're right. But Jack was busy saving Boone.
That's right.
And so he wouldn't do it, and so I think he just ran back, and it was just like, we're just going to have to deal with it. But Charlie and Jen were both there. I don't remember why Jen was there, but he was. And so once the baby pops out, they all celebrate and stuff. And it's the way they cut the scene originally. It almost works because there's a period of time where Charlie and Jen are off to the side, and Kate's handling the labor. But once the baby pops out, they come into the picture immediately, and that just didn't happen here.
Oh man.
So there's kind of a problem there.
That's weird.
With the way it actually happened. And I think they tried to cut around it by just like having him focus on Kate, and we're supposed to believe they were there and they're just off screen or something, but it just wasn't quite right.
Yeah, and then could you tell if they had to reshoot this scene, right?
I think so.
Because it seemed like there were new angles that I don't remember seeing before.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I mean, I watched the original. It's pretty good. I mean, they got a lot of it right.
Yeah. So I mean, if they had to reshoot it, I mean, they'd have to get Charlie to come back.
Right.
They probably didn't want to hassle with that. They may not have wanted to spoil Jen, being in the.
Yeah.
Seeing him, I don't know. I guess it's a bigger reveal if you're not really thinking about Jen.
Yeah.
Maybe that's another reason not to show him. Yeah, that's weird. Or maybe this didn't really happen. Yay!
All right. The solution we weren't thinking of.
Yeah, maybe this when they flash, everything goes back to normal, right?
There you go.
I hate that. Yeah, and then we haven't gotten to that scene yet, but yeah, the whole time travel thing is ugh. The way they're doing it is a little bit worrisome.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was cool to have Sawyer be able to see Kate again, and a very topical situation.
Right.
The moment that Kate feels really connected to Aaron. Because I forgot she did. Sort of help deliver him.
Yeah.
She is now his mother.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big deal. So very topical with the whole thing that's going on 3 years later.
Right.
Don't ask me how that works. How can two things in 3 years apart be topical with each other? I don't know, but it works.
Yeah, it does. Somehow it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, and they had Kate at the beginning to talk about how Claire was going to give him up for adoption. And then they show this scene, and it almost feels to me like they're making a case for why Kate should have the baby.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I mean, I think she's making the case, too, that, Claire was going to give him up and blah, blah, blah. I mean, to me, my next question would have been, well, what about the adoptive parents, the people who expected to get this baby?
Yeah.
There's something to be said for them, I think.
Yeah.
But Kate's just like, no. But, I kind of like how they portrayed her rationale of the situation, the whole thing about there's been so much loss. She obviously feels connected to him. I mean, he's not only, a survivor of this whole thing, but he's a baby.
He's a baby, that's right. He is all of our baby.
He's all of our babies. We all have been carrying him for the last 9 months in our womb. So, yeah, and, Sawyer could have like thrown a rock at Kate or something,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and like, I mean, come on, I just hate.
But he couldn't have, because if he had, then
if he had, then he always did. But he didn't, so he didn't, and he wouldn't, because he couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, later on, he says I could have talked to her, and then he says something, and it's just like, I want to say, like, you couldn't. You really couldn't have, because you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like,
that's where I worry. Like, it's how can he not do that? You know? But somehow.
Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He wanted to, but he didn't, and maybe he didn't because he was compelled not to. But see, here's the thing. If in the sort of original timeline, when you know, Kate's there and Claire's there and they're having the baby, and Sawyer is there, you know, the future Sawyer is there, you know, the only problem with the future Sawyer talking to her is that, you know, he sort of didn't do it.
Right.
But if he did do it, there wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, they had showed future Sawyer.
Yeah.
Would have been ridiculous. But if they had showed future Sawyer in season 1 come out of the bushes and talk to him, then they could have him do it. Not only could they have him do it, he would have to do it.
Yeah, and he would have done it, and it wouldn't have been a big deal. So that's what's weird is your inaction in for something in the past can make you be incapable of action when you're in that. If you go back to the past,
right?
You know, so that's the whole thing. It's like if you didn't do it, then when you actually get there, you won't. It's just so weird. Because
yeah.
it seems like it negates your ability, you know, for free will.
Right.
Seems like it, but not really. Because if you would have just done it, you would have did it. But you didn't, so you can't. It's
yeah.
Really weird.
Yeah. It's somehow like you have the free will to do what you want. It's just that your choices are predetermined. It's somehow both.
It's like he's living in a present that's already happened.
Yeah.
It's already happened, so he can't do anything but what he did then.
Yeah, he used his free will to make the choices, but they've already been made. Yeah,
because he did it in the past. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's somehow both things.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what's weird. It's both. It's sort of both things, but neither's happy.
Yeah. No, they're not happy. So
next thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So in the next scene, Kate's in her vehicle. Jack shows up and comes over. Jack asks Kate what's going on, as she seems preoccupied. She tells him about the lawyer situation, and then we see the lawyer start to drive away. Kate's going to follow, and so she tells Jack to get in if he's coming, and he does. So.
Get in or don't.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you can tell she's Canadian.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
That was that line. Look, I gotta go. All right, get in or don't. It was very Canadian sounding.
Yeah.
But yeah, not much in this scene. You know, there's some tension and drama here between the two lovebirds, but
yeah, they've been through so much.
They've been through so much because they've always been with each other.
That's right. Yeah, and even through all that, there's still a fire burning in their hearts
that only the other person can extinguish. Oh wait, no, that's not good, is it?
No, you're not supposed to extinguish it.
Oh, okay. Well, they can keep it going. Do you really want a fire burning in your heart?
It's supposed to burn more. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Good fire.
Fire burning your heart sounds bad to me.
It does sound bad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like it's supposed to be good.
Is that heartburn?
Zing.
Zing, yeah. Oh, man. That was too easy.
Yeah, that was definitely classic comedy right there. He told me his heart was burning for me. What do you have, heartburn?
Exactly. There's a fire in my heart, only for you, babe. What are you saying? I give you heartburn? Oh, Alice. Yeah, not much here. This is really continued later.
Yeah, it is. This is a transitional scene. All right, so next scene, we're back on the island. Locke asks Sawyer again what he saw. Locke reveals that he knows when they were because the beam of light was from the hatch on the night Boone died. Locke tells Sawyer the story of the light. We all remember that. Sawyer suggests that Locke could have talked to himself to save himself a world of pain. But Locke disagrees. He needed the pain to get to where he is now. Miles tells Dan he got a nosebleed. Sorry. Miles tells Dan he got a nosebleed. That's not what that's how that's supposed to sound. Dan says it has to do with time spent on the island. Miles says it doesn't make sense. He just got on the island. Dan says, "Are you sure about that?"
Dan says, "Oh no, you didn't."
I cut that part out. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Step back, Jack. Rethink again. Rethink again. Yikes.
So the light thing and having Locke say, "Oh, I needed the pain" and all that. I buy that and all, but the light moment, I think when the show's over, that's going to be one of the great moments of the show. Kind of iconic. And they've already revisited it once with Desmond's flashback, where he found out specifically what the story behind it was, and it wasn't a good story.
Turned out it was just a light.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, it was definitely just a light, but we found out why he turned it on. That there was some. For Desmond, he hears Locke pounding and he turns it on, and it's in the moment when he's about to kill himself, and so it becomes like a thing for both of them. Like for Locke, he thinks he's on the right path, or it gives him purpose, and Desmond gets some kind of connection with someone for a moment that prevents him from killing himself, and so it's an emotional moment for both of them. But that's it, The mystery and excitement of the original time the light appears is gone. And they couldn't, what could they do? Desmond was down there. The light couldn't have been much more than that. But
yeah, that's what was kind of sort of nice is when they brought it up again in the scene, and Locke says he thought it meant something, and Sawyer says, "Did it?" He goes, "No, it's just a light." Like it's sort of a sad realization, but it's just another confirmation that it was just a light.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, because when we first saw that, it was pretty spectacular. But no, it was sometimes things are just it's just a light.
Yeah.
It didn't mean, and I think for Locke to realize that is pretty important for a guy who's always searching for meaning, and his whole thing about needing the pain, whatever, I'll buy that. But, the fact of the matter is, it would be very crazy if he went over there and told the other Locke, blah, 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 X, Y, Z, like, this is, which, maybe you can't. Here's the thing, maybe you can never, I feel like you can't ever change, like in this rigid view, you can't ever change anything because for a very simple reason, like if future Locke tells past Locke something, that would alter the future, then that would also need to alter future Locke and what he's done.
Yeah.
Which in turn would alter what he tells past Locke, which in turn would alter what, you know what I mean?
Not to mention the fact that he didn't. We've seen the scene and he didn't do it.
But that's the thing. I feel like that's maybe another reason why you can't is because you get stuck in this loop of causality that really can't ever end.
Yeah.
You know, because one thing's going to be influencing another, which is influencing the first thing.
Right.
And you know, when did the event stop and just play out?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But in the scene they sort of make it about, not about I can't do it, but I don't want to because I needed to go through that.
Yeah. And maybe that's it. Maybe I mean the things that you don't do. I mean obviously he didn't do it, so he's not going to do it, and that's his reasoning for it. But maybe there's some weirdness with time not, wanting, the universe not wanting people interfering in it, gives them these reasons not to do things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be crazy. He could tell them all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. And that's the thing. If he told him that, then it would change what Locke does.
He could really blow his mind at this point.
And it would. Oh my God. He passed Locke at that point. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Man.
Past Locke would be like, I'm gonna blow up a submarine. And that's the least of the crazy stuff.
Oh yeah. Here's what you're gonna find in the hatch. Henry Gell's another. Michael's gonna betray you and shoot Anna Lucy and Libby.
God.
You can just sit there and rattle off.
Ben's gonna make you break a lot of dishes.
Oh no. Whatever you do not break dishes.
Do not break
He loves it when you break the dishes.
Yeah. Which, if he told him that and then Locke doesn't break dishes, then the future Locke has no reason to ever tell past Locke that. So That's why it just doesn't, that's the thing, it just doesn't work.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. That's true. And that's why they're not doing that.
That's why they're not doing that.
But it's just unsettling. I mean, I've said it before. I'm just gonna say it again. Whatever.
Keep saying it. I think it deserves to be repeated because I agree. It's just not. It doesn't sit well with me to think that when the show is all said and done, that at big moments throughout the show, there's two versions of people out there.
Yeah. So when we watch the show again, we're supposed to imagine that, future Losties are out there having their own other adventures while the show's going on. There's a separate group, and they're popping in and out at various time periods while the main plot of the show's going on. And eventually they'll catch up to that, and that's the story of the show.
Yeah, and Danielle, whenever she's in a scene with Jen,
I
will always be like, you should know him.
She really should.
Yeah.
She really should. I don't know. I don't know if we're supposed to believe. Well, whatever. I'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just sort of ruins the vibe of those early things to imagine.
I agree.
Yeah.
And the part of it is it's just so contrary to reality. So contrary to what we will, as just humans accept as the natural order of things. Yeah. So, to have that on the show that's already crazy, it's just, it's a little bit much to handle. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's game changing.
It's game changing. Yeah.
The game has changed.
Finally, they actually really changed the game.
Yeah, they finally changed the game.
They talked about changing the game in the past, but I think all previous game changes haven't changed the game as much as this game change has.
The game was always the same before this.
Yeah. Yeah. Even the flash forwards didn't change the game as much as this.
No. The flash forwards were nothing compared to this.
Yeah. Because the flash forwards were different because the flash forwards were not time travel.
No.
They were not interacting with past versions of themselves or even future versions of themselves. That was just them in the future.
That was just them in the future. No problem with that.
Yeah.
No problem there.
I mean, I was worried about that at the time, but that seems so nothing compared to this.
Yeah.
You know, it was like, well, we know Jack's going to survive, but it's like, oh man, we know so much more than that now.
Yeah, it's craziness on Lost these days, but it's coming to an end pretty soon. I mean, we got a season and
yeah, I guess so. We'll see what they do with all this. I really don't know. The show has really changed. It's now pretty clear that season 3 was the last season where the show was sort of the
normal,
the standard way. Yeah. Yeah, they are just not doing that format anymore.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder. I mean, if they all get back to the island, what are they going to do then?
Yeah.
Go back to normal? I mean, obviously there's going to be island drama even when they get back, but
yeah.
That if are they going to have a way where it's always sort of taking place in 2 different times or 2 different locations, or are they going to just really get back to the island only and we'll just be doing island drama?
Mhm. And that's it with none of the. I mean, I feel like they probably have a few more flashbacks, ready to go, but they're. I mean, they used to account for maybe half of an episode's content, and that's not the case anymore.
No. Well, I mean, like I think we said this a long time ago, but at a certain point, it's like how many flashbacks can you do?
I know. They definitely ran out of steam on it, and
yeah. We know everything we need to know. Okay, at a certain point, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think they reached that, and then they started going to the future.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think they probably have a couple of flashbacks they want to. I mean, this time travel has been sort of like that, where there's big things in it, and that's why they didn't show it before. But besides that, like the basic setting up who the characters are and what their backgrounds are, yeah, I mean, there's not much more to do there.
Yeah.
So we probably won't see that anymore. But it's just, I mean, I almost miss the old days where they would just sit around on the beach and Saeed would make a table and, Sawyer would sit there reading and they'd go ask him for something and
he wouldn't give it to him.
And he wouldn't give it to him.
Until later, right?
Yeah.
He'd give it to him, just not then.
Yeah, no, they would have to amuse him for a while.
And Jin's out fishing.
Mhm. Yeah, Jin wants to fish.
Son's in her garden.
Oh yeah, the garden. It was great. Yeah, they just sort of hung out for a while.
Yeah, they did. They were able to hang out.
Yeah, there was just. I guess I just thought that was part of the show, and it's just so not anymore.
The show's definitely changed.
Everyone's on the move now. They're never settled.
Dude, they're so on the move, man. There's no time to stop.
Yeah, it's just, oh God, like I barely. It just doesn't feel like the same thing. But they sort of.
It's different. I mean, they're in the middle of a huge crisis, so But
yeah,
it's just different.
Yeah. It was all
I do
about.
wonder.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I do wonder when Carlton and Damon knew the island was going to start time shifting. I wonder how long ago they had that idea.
They decided that, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. It's a good question. I would guess, at the earliest, I would guess season 3.
That's what I would guess.
Once they decided to do the flash forward thing, I feel like they had a general plan for where that was going, and the idea that they had to go back, I think they had some idea of why they had to go back, and I think that involved this, and so they thought, yeah, maybe this is happening. They probably didn't have a lot of the specifics worked out, but I feel like that's when they could have thought of it first. I will not buy that they thought about this in the first season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it could really come before the Swan Station stuff.
Yeah.
That was the first big, road down this path was all that stuff. setting up the station, because that leads to the failsafe and Desmond and like all that stuff. Like they got to have that first, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much. Maybe they thought of it in season 2. That I don't quite buy it, but.
Speaking of season 2, who would have thought Desmond would be such a big character?
Not me.
You know, and like I said, we say the same thing about the newer, the scientist characters, scientists and Miles, I guess. I don't know. I consider him a scientist of the paranormal arts. Science of the arts. I don't know, somehow it fits.
It works.
But yeah. I mean, Desmond, I didn't. Remember, he ran off into the jungle. I'm like,
I know.
We'll see if we ever see that guy again.
Yeah, that was so weird. He's just like, see you later.
Yeah, it was so weird.
I'm just going to be gone until the end of the season.
When I realize I can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And I come back and hang out on the beach and do nothing.
Yeah, that was so ridiculous. That was different, because at least these characters, once they showed up, they didn't just run away and disappear. No. That was a really strange thing. I'm not sure they really planned on making him such a big part of the show. I think that might have been an improvisation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just realized, once they realized the whole thing about, maybe why they, that they can't get off the island and why and stuff, they realized that Desmond's probably still around somewhere and they can bring him back.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they liked the finale, they liked the actor, they liked how the thing turned out, and then that he joined the main cast the next season. So yeah. I think that's when they decided to make him a big character. They did that with Ben in season 2 also.
Yeah.
So that was a big time for putting major characters in the show.
Yeah, if you're a minor character and you want to be major, I hope you were in season 2.
Yeah, that was a good time. It was a good time. I guess Juliet managed to get on board in season 3.
Yeah.
But it was pretty close.
Yeah, she managed to make it. She outlived all the others, man.
She really did, yeah.
She outlasted them all.
She's a survivor.
She is a survivor.
She's going to keep on surviving.
That's what survivors do, I guess.
I guess so.
Because if they don't keep on surviving, then technically they're not survivors, right?
That's right. That's right.
Ipso facto.
Ergo. Yeah.
We're so enlightened.
I know. I know. My enlightometer goes up every time I say that word.
Your enlightometer?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had an enlightometer.
You should get one.
Awesome, I will. Where can I buy one?
eBay.
eBay? Is it buy? I'm only gonna get it if it's buy now. I don't want to auction thing. I'm over.
Oh, you can buy it now.
I can buy it now. Okay.
Yeah.
But isn't it just buy it now for the regular retail price? That's what I hate too.
Yeah, it is. It is buy it now. See, if you don't want to pay the retail price, then you got to bid. I'm sorry, that's just the eBay way.
eBay. So $19.99.
I haven't bought anything from eBay in 10 years, as you say that.
Yeah, exactly.
I forget it's even there.
No, eBay is it's still there. It's still there. I go there to look for stuff, man, and it's just like I could buy it somewhere else.
Yeah,
literally,
it just lost its magic. I don't know.
I buy it now, but it's like a regular price. So it's
like, what's the
point? What's the
point?
You're Amazon without the free shipping.
Oh.
Zing.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That's a burn. I agree. If you're not going to get a deal, what's the point?
What is the deal? Yeah. I mean, what's the point?
What's the deal? What's the point of the deal?
Does the deal have a point? I think not.
All right, so should we go to the next scene?
Yeah, please. Let's go quickly.
All right. Next scene, they arrive at the camp, which is in disarray and abandoned. Dan observes that the Zodiac is gone as well. Charlotte says maybe the people in the camp took it. Sawyer says, why? Miles says to get away from the people in those, and indicates a pair of canoes. They go over to inspect them. They find a water bottle from Ajira, an Indian airline. Locke motions to the canoe, suggesting that they take it instead of a Zodiac. Yeah, and then they start rowing. Should I do this next part?
We can talk about this, I guess.
We can just do this? Okay.
There's not much here. I mean, obviously they're in some other time line, time period, I guess I should say, not timeline. So this water bottle thing from this Indian airline, like, what does that mean?
Yeah, so this is weird because we have not seen this happen.
No.
And so what that means is, if we're sticking to the rigid way of doing things, this is the present or the future or something like that. And so they're not there for that reason. And I don't know where the raft went. And there are these other people who show up at some point in the future / present. I mean, I'm just saying that to emphasize this couldn't have happened before they started time shifting.
Because why?
Well, because we would have seen it.
Oh, you mean like on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, you're saying this is like not like an event that we just haven't seen before.
Yeah. I mean, there were people at the camp, in the time we saw.
Yeah, I mean, this is like you said, this is at some point in the timeline where, the Losties aren't at their camp for whatever reason. It looked abandoned.
Yeah, but the thing is, they can't. I mean, the only possible way there could be people there is if the people who are time shifting right now, eventually at some point in the future go back to the camp and they're seeing like future versions of themselves. That's the only way, because all the people started time shifting and most of them died, so they can't end up there, in the future.
Yeah, but man, I'm confused then. I mean, I take it that they're basically that the people who were at the camp, who the Losties who were time shifting, who were at the camp, like Rose and Bernard, right? Like those guys, who were at the camp left. Like this is a timeline when they left because they obviously weren't at the camp then, so they left at some point. In terms of the time period, I'm thinking this was after any of the Losties who were on the beach, some point after that they were living on the beach because they abandoned it. Does that make any sense?
Well, since the Flaming Arrow attack happened in the past, I mean, there was no chance for those people to end up here, at this point, which must be in the future. So Rose and Bernard.
Who's to say, like, the Locke crew, they don't, they do whatever they're going to do, and then Rose and Bernard's crew, wherever they are, like, who's to say they don't all get back on the beach at some point and get back on the camp? I mean, what if this is after season 6 or something?
Exactly. That's what I was saying. That's the only possibility. If the people who are still alive, which I think actually at this point is the people we're following, Rose, Bernard, and Vincent. if they end up back at the camp at some point in the future, that's who this could have been that abandoned it. But it can't be the red shirts, for example, who died in the attack.
No.
That's all I was saying. Like, this can't be a normal version of the camp. It would have to be a very underpopulated version of the camp.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't have went back to some sort of time when there were red shirts there, but after the time that they all started time shifting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if there were red shirts there, then those canoes wouldn't be there. Since the canoes are there, the red shirts can't be there.
Yeah, it's weird. The whole thing's weird. The Zodiac graph is gone. Does that mean someone took it, or does that mean no one was near it during the last time shift? So
Mm-hmm.
with them, there's that thing. I guess let's talk about the other scene too, so we can just put this all in.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah. Okay. So in the next scene, we cut to them rowing around the island. They decide to take the canoe, I guess, instead of the Zodiac. Miles complains. Juliet asks Sawyer if he's okay. Sawyer tells Juliet that he saw Kate. Then they get shot at by some other people in the other canoe. So they start paddling fast to get away. Juliet takes a rifle and shoots back. And then another time jump happens, saving them. And now it's raining and it's at night, so they decide to just paddle back towards the shore. And that's it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things I love, like I said, loving Juliet is when she took out that rifle and started firing. And I think she, shot a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, man, last episode you were like, why don't we all put our guns down? And now you're just like, fuck this, I'm going to shoot those bastards.
Yeah, I mean, they really had no other choice because I was thinking, okay, if you're in this canoe and you can only paddle so fast, and I can have the feeling they're not going to out-paddle the people who came on those.
On the canoes? Yeah, probably not.
And I'm thinking, well, what do you jump out of the thing and try to swim? But that's not going to be any faster. So I was really wondering how they're going to get out of this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But it was nice when she grabbed the gun. And I guess another reason she grabbed it was she gave Sawyer her oar.
Right, because it got shot. There was a hole in it.
She has some free hands,
mm-hmm.
steady hands, and a sharp eye. Juliet's awesome.
Yeah.
So these people. Who do you think these people?
Who are these people? Yet another.
The question is, does it matter?
Yet another edition of who are these people? Does it matter? I don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, is there any way that what if they shifted 500 years from our present timeline?
The camp shouldn't still be there in 500 years.
Okay, that was a big number, but
but yeah, okay, like a long time in the future.
I mean, a lot of that stuff would be there then if nobody moved it.
But, I think in 500 years it would be more in decay than
it would definitely be more in decay
than what we see. But you're right, it could be let's say 50 years in the future or something.
Something, a large amount of time in the future.
You're right.
That's what I mean by doesn't matter, because if they did that, then I feel like we'll never need to see those people again.
It'll never. But I'm still curious. It definitely makes me wonder whether we see it again or not. I wonder, who are these canoe people and why are they going to the island in 50 years?
I mean, it also could be they went in. I mean, could they have gone to the past? Could these be the people who built the Porto statue?
Well, the camp was there.
Oh, and then why do they have guns?
And they don't have guns. I mean, and they have guns.
Yeah, they shouldn't have had guns.
That's right.
The camp being there, I mean, what does that really even mean?
Well, it just means it can't be more than,
but
a few years
that's
ago.
The thing, the camp would be there if they time shifted and someone was around all that stuff, right?
Oh, it just traveled along with the...
That's the thing. The camp can be there as long as someone. I don't really.
But didn't they say the camp was back? Didn't they say that, or am I wrong?
Because I think the first time shift they weren't near the camp, right, or something like that. Isn't that why the stuff all left when they got there?
Yeah. It wasn't clear. They sort of ran it. It seemed like they were there and it just disappeared, but maybe not.
I feel like they weren't there. Or maybe they were there.
Yeah, because they come running out. Who is it that comes?
I know some of them weren't there.
Yeah, some of them weren't there, but I think some of them were there.
Because maybe Rose and Bernard were still doing the fire, trying to do the fire. I don't know.
Yeah, let me.
Well, some of them were on the beach because Bernard comes looking for Rose.
Oh, the camp's back. They did say that.
She was by the church when the first flash happened, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the camp did kind of. That's what was weird to me is the camp disappeared, but then the Zodiac raft didn't disappear.
Right.
So, like I said, I'm not really using the presence of the camp as too much of an indication of much.
But they do say the camp's back, and since it disappeared, I'm assuming the camp's not shifting with them. I mean, they weren't at the camp when they shifted, so. So I think.
What if Rose and Bernard were at the camp when they shifted? Would that be enough to make the stuff stay?
Well, then they should have been there when they got there, also, unless they left. I guess Rose and Bernard could have been there.
They could have left.
I guess they could have been there. They took the Zodiac raft or something.
Yeah.
I guess so. I just don't feel like their presence would make the whole camp stay there. That's crazy.
My point is, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it would take because they're doing this whole thing a little bit loose, I think, in terms of the stuff that can come with them.
Yeah.
So my point is, I'm not really relying on the camp to decide, for me what's going on here.
Yeah, but I guess since they've already had the camp disappear as a marker for time, I'm gonna rely on it. I think they're gonna stick with the Zodiac raft is a weird problem, but I think if the camp's gone, they're before they got there. If the camp's there, they're after they got there. I think that's going to be true.
All right.
Yeah.
So these people.
Yeah. So one theory that we've already talked about is that somehow this is the Oceanic Six coming to rescue them, and I guess that means Juliet's going to shoot one of them, which would be really weird.
This is the Oceanic Six coming to rescue them. Yeah, that'd be that. I don't think that's what's going on here.
Okay.
Yeah, in that way.
All right.
I don't see any of the six starting to shoot. I mean, if they're back on the island looking for the Losties and they just start shooting at people like without knowing who they are and not saying, hey, you know what? There's not usually a lot of people on the island. Maybe these are the people we're looking for here.
Mhm.
I don't buy that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't either. But it would be something that could happen in the future. So do you have a theory about this?
Honestly, at this point I don't think it's gonna matter. I mean maybe they'll say who it is, but I feel like maybe it could have been this is before the Rousseau timeline. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a good idea. Juliet says it's not the others. So, unless it's someone there's the airline thing too. Yeah, that's the airline. So you've got these like sort of handmade canoes, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got this whole airline thing.
Airline water bottle. I guess that's the only clue we have to go on. The canoes and the water bottle.
I mean, did an Indian airline crash there? not a whole airline, I guess, an airliner.
Yeah.
Crashed on the island. A lot of planes.
An unprecedented.
Every plane from this airline is crashed in one location.
Yeah. It didn't seem that way, but maybe. I would still wonder where the canoes came from.
Well, they built them.
They built them. Okay. All right. Pretty good.
That was pretty simple.
You're right. I could see it not mattering, but I guess because I think it's from the future, that makes me think it matters more.
I feel like it would matter less if, well, it depends on how far in the future, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I guess I'm thinking this isn't that far in the future, to where it doesn't matter at all. But I guess it could. I mean,
it reminds me of like
the encounter Locke had with Ethan. Like, I definitely think that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The encounter with Whitmore probably did matter.
So speaking of that, so you think we're supposed to believe that like after this encounter that Ethan had with Locke, that he didn't go tell Ben, hey, I just got this old guy in the woods who said he was Benjamin, that you appointed him, like.
Mm-hmm.
You never heard that? Ethan never said that? Ethan never brought that up? I just don't buy that. And
Richard's already met him.
Especially if we're supposed to believe Locke just vanished before Ethan's eyes.
Yeah.
You know? Like, come on. Ethan's not going to say something? I don't know, man.
I really think he should say something, but it's pretty clear that whatever he said, it didn't matter.
Or did it? Or is this the reason why Ben came to get Locke?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the thing. Like, I'm wondering if they're going to tie it together.
They could do that. Although I feel like the meeting with Richard should be more of an impetus for that than the Ethan encounter. But it does seem like the Ethan encounter could have reinforced that.
Yeah.
If he mentioned this guy said he was John Locke, and the same thing he said to Richard, that would be. That would be something to I don't know, take into consideration.
Definitely.
And then if they find out he crashes on the island, I mean, that's how do you not, I don't know, do something about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even mention it.
And then so if Ben does know anything about this, of the past and the future interacting, all this crap, then the whole thing about when Ben tells Jack, I needed a spinal surgeon, and then one fell out of the sky, and it's God and all this.
That's how I believe in God. Yeah, thanks, Ben. Yeah. Yeah, that's oh God.
Oh my God, I just had it. What if the time shifting thing somehow explains Jacob, and like why only Ben can talk to him, and why he's kind of like not there, and that whole thing.
Yeah. I worry that that's a good theory.
Yeah, I mean, like somehow he's broadcasting himself from the future, or he's stuck in some other dimension or some other time thing, or
yeah. One thing they threw out on the podcast, which I hope, since they threw this out, that means it's not true. But nonetheless, the fact that they threw this out, I took note. They threw out the idea as a joke, ostensibly, that because someone asked who Jacob is. That Jacob was Locke from the future.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe he's somehow Locke from the future.
The fact that they said that, I feel like if that were really true, they wouldn't have just thrown that out there. Yeah. Nonetheless, the fact that they said that also makes me think that something like that could be true.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Locke from the future, you'd think Ben would know that,
Mm-hmm.
Ben can see Jacob, that this
yeah.
to
And there were all those people who, that one glimpse we had of Jacob's face, who really thought that was, what's his name, Terry O'Quinn,
Yeah.
And there is secrecy surrounding who actually that was in that scene. It's actually still not known who that was.
Exactly. And if it wasn't a big deal, then they could just be like, no, it was this actor.
Yeah, exactly.
And not,
I do think it's a deal. But since they said that, I don't think it's Lock from the Future. But something like that, I think has a decent chance of being right.
Lock from the Past?
There you go. Yeah. But you're right. Throw that on the pile with the whispers and the others knowing things and Smokey and
another thing I saw that could be attributed to the shift is the food drop.
Food drops, yeah, put that in there. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
They're just drops from the past. Or the future, or both. Who knows, or cares.
Exactly. That's the problem with it. It's just like, all right, we're going to do this and this and this, and it's like, okay, fine, let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It really could explain many, if not all, of the long-standing mysteries of the show.
Yep.
And I'm just going to have to hope that it doesn't explain too many of them.
Yeah.
Because that'll just get depressing after a while. Oh, that? Yeah, that's time travel. Oh, that? Yeah, time travel.
Well, so no big theories for me about who these people are.
Okay.
I
don't have a theory either.
I feel like, if anything, they have to be some new group.
Yeah.
Unless they're the Oceanic Six, which I don't believe they are, then there's some new group, and I feel like it's not going to matter who they are, because if they're a new group, are they really going to introduce some new group of people? Or maybe Juliet's wrong.
And it is others.
And it is the other. She just she doesn't know.
I don't think she knew, the Flaming Arrow attackers were the others until they started speaking Latin.
Yeah, exactly.
So, she doesn't, I don't think she necessarily can just call who others are based on,
Yeah, she doesn't know. I don't think she knows 100% of all the others' history.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think she necessarily knew what timeline she was in either at that point, but,
right.
So she maybe could have guessed if she knew she was 50 years in the past or something, but nevertheless, yeah, she could be wrong, and I could see her saying that. Oh, guess I was wrong.
Yeah, that would be it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a theory either, but for some reason I think it matters. For some reason I think we'll find out who that was.
That's the thing. Okay, so if the camp is the marker, and this was after they would have left the camp, then, it would have been after the others, the Losties left the camp, but before, presumably the Oceanic Six get back or something, or return.
Yeah.
Or whenever they return to the... So what time period is that?
I guess it would be sometime between 2005 and 2008, or whenever the present for the Oceanic Six is. I think.
Okay.
It's 2008.
Yeah, and so there really aren't any others left to be on there to be doing this. Right?
Oh, well, no, there are some. There's some. The people with Richard, there's still a few.
Oh, yeah, there's the people with Richard. But, they're out doing their thing in the... I don't... Yeah.
I agree. I don't see him doing this. I actually don't think this is the others.
Yeah.
I don't think I feel like there might be no way for us to really guess who this is, but...
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like it's a new group of people.
Yeah, I kind of do,
too. Take the time to introduce these people. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it reminds me of I can't pinpoint the show or the movie. I've seen it, but I've seen things like this where people are time traveling or they're sort of in these new situations pretty frequently, and they get to one that's just like really crazy and weird, and then they get out of it and they don't have to deal with it again. But but it's just that one that was just like crazy. And I feel like it could have been like this one where we don't ever find out who those people were.
I see.
Like it was just some weird craziness, and we don't deal with it again.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because they're in a different timeline.
Right.
And it's just a mystery of who those people are. I could see them doing that, and I could see them, answering that question who those people are if it leads to something bigger.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So tune in next week to find out.
It's pretty weird if they can go to the future. I find that unsettling.
Yeah, because now, if they go to the future,
they can conceivably go to a future where they've been rescued.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Yeah, maybe that's why no one's on the beach because they've all been rescued.
I know. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of thing that bothers me. Sort of like, here they are, they've been rescued, yay. But they have to get there, however, whatever that means.
Yeah, I don't think it means much in this case.
Yeah. That's the thing, their physical bodies aren't there at, whatever time this should be based on when they started flipping, right? So, like if you went to the island, well, that's the thing, I don't really know what's happening. Could you, if you went to the island, would you start flipping too? Or is this just their problem and the island's just sitting there without them, in 2005 and it's like, no big deal?
Yeah, I think that's what we're supposed to believe is going on is they're shifting and the island and the others are fine.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
So
unless they stop shifting, it doesn't seem like they can get rescued. Unless they can just leave, like you said, unless they could just get out of the bubble.
Yeah, it's like a a merry-go-round or something. Depending on when they get off, I guess. Because if they had a ship when they're in the 50s timeline and then they got off, then that's when they got off the island, is in the 50s. So
right.
It'd be obviously really crazy.
Yeah.
And if they time shift to the 2007 timeline, then when they get off the island, then they're sort of they're effectively rescued because there isn't a copy of them still on the island because the copy of them that's on the island is now in the future.
Right.
So. Wow. Can't believe that's what Lost has come to.
Yeah, we're actually talking about different copies of the same person.
Different copies. Are we watching Primer? Why is this?
And then Sawyer number 3.
And then Sawyer number 3 tells Sawyer number 1 that he's got a call in the box. But then Aaron number 4 really wants to. This is weird.
It is really weird.
Actually, makes me wonder what the guy who wrote and directed Primer thinks about all this.
Oh yeah.
What if he's watching, thinking about Primer too? Next time I'll put on an island.
That's all it is. Just Primer on an island.
Primer on an island. What else do you want?
Yeah. It's not nearly as complicated as Primer is, but it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's really weird. If you're, go check it out, guys. It's pretty good. Primer. I recommend it.
Good stuff.
Yeah. That's weird. Really weird.
Yeah. Anything else in this scene?
No, I don't think so. Is there? I don't think so. Ready for the next?
I liked when Sawyer said, "Thank you, Lord," when they got time shifted out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Because they really had nothing. There was no other way out of that situation.
Yeah. That seems to be a running theme this season.
Yeah.
The time shift just in time.
The time shift, Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, yeah.
Deus Ex time shift.
They definitely, there you go. They definitely like that.
Time shift Machina.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely like
it. It's
it.
dramatic.
What do you want? What do you want, you know?
At a certain point, I'm going to get tired of it, but
yeah.
Definitely works.
There's only so many times.
They're able to put them in, like, completely hopeless situations that they wouldn't put them in unless they had an out like that.
Yeah.
Because they just have to kill them, and they're not going to do that.
They're not going to.
So, yeah, that's what bothers me about it, but whatever. That's what I say. Okay, so you ready for the next scene?
Oh, yeah.
With Jack and Kate in a motel.
Jack. Oh, yeah, they're at a motel. What are they doing, staking it out? Oh, yeah.
Sitting outside in a car in the parking lot. Oh, yeah. The lawyer from earlier goes up the stairs and into a room, and we see that Claire's mother's in the room.
What?
Holy shit. Then we cut to commercial, and then we come back from commercial, and the lawyer leaves. So during the commercial, some time has passed. Jack and Kate are still in the car. Kate wants to leave. Jack suggests that he go talk to her and explain why they did what they did, noting that Aaron is his family too. Kate agrees. So Jack gets out of the car and goes toward the motel building. Okay. Anything about this? Should I keep going? I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for this scene.
Okay. Jack knocks on the door. Claire's mom answers and lets Jack in. She asks how he knew she was there. Jack says he followed her lawyer. Very honestly. She asks why. Jack says they did it all for Aaron. And Claire's mom said, "Who's Aaron?" So Jack says, "What are you doing in L.A.?" And then we cut back to Jack running to Kate's car, gets in and tells her to drive and then to call Son and have her meet him at the marina. He's moved on. Kate asks what happened. Jack reveals that she doesn't know anything. She's just in town to pick up her settlement from Oceanic, not to get Aaron. False alarm.
Red herring.
Red herring, that's right.
Claire's mother was just a red herring.
Yeah.
As they would say in Clue. I do have to say I love that look Claire's mom gave when Jack said, what are you doing in L.A.? And they cut to her. And it's the look on her face is like she's going to say, I'm here to eat it. Like, she seems so sinister when he asked that, because you're thinking, like, what is she doing here then if it's not for Aaron? And so it was really weird when it was, this whole thing was really weird when it's like, oh, man, she wants Aaron. And it's like, oh, yeah, no, she doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's definitely weird.
There's definitely, I mean, Kate had a good point. Like, she's got the same lawyer as Ben, basically.
Yeah.
Or she puts it the person who's, the guy's client. What do you think about that? Why is this guy her lawyer? Like, she's from Australia. She's in, why would this guy be the one who's representing her?
I am assuming it's just a coincidence to sell the misdirection.
You think it's just a coincidence?
Yeah, I do. Well, what do you think it is, or might be?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it could be. I mean, it's such a huge coincidence. I think like that. You know, because it was like what, the day before, or very recently before this day is when the lawyer first came there to Kate's house, and not only that, like, you know, okay, so you got that, right? You got the whole connection with Kate and the whole I want your baby.
Mhm.
And then, like, the next day or whatever, you've got Claire's mom, who 3 years later is suing these people or whatever the situation is. Like, this is 3 years later, and she's, you know, getting this money from the lawsuit here. It's just, I don't know. It's just a weird series of circumstances. I don't know if, I mean, I could speculate something like, you know, somehow Ben's involved.
I see.
With getting the lawyer to be.
That seems to be a running theme in your theory.
I know. Well, I mean, if Ben, you know, what if Ben wants to make it seem like Claire's mom is the client, and Ben decides to do this. Somehow he orchestrates this guy to be Mrs. Littleton's mother, Mrs. Littleton's client, Mrs. Littleton's lawyer. Yeah, I screwed up when I wanted to say Mrs. Littleton. This is like Claire's mother. So maybe he orchestrated that on the off chance, you know, Kate would see this situation and think, oh crap, this is legit, you know. And you know, presumably if Jack wasn't there or in a different situation, you know, if they didn't actually go talk to her, she would have left thinking that this was the client, and that is that.
Mhm.
No, that's a lot for Ben to go through for that, but I could see him sort of doing that.
He's not above an extremely over elaborate scheme.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit too big of a coincidence for me, but you know, there's, you know, an asteroid did hit a news reporter.
There you go.
Hurley's, you know, vicinity. So, but wasn't that the numbers, or was it not the numbers? I forget now.
Oh, who cares? It doesn't matter. Let's just say it wasn't. Let's just say it was. If it was the numbers, you know, they're done.
They're done. All right. The numbers are no longer cast on the show.
That's right. Yeah. Their contract's up.
Their contract's up, not being renewed.
Won't be seeing them anymore.
Maybe there'll be an announcement at Comic-Con that they have, you know, rehired the numbers.
They can stand up there with two of them, shake hands, take questions.
Shut up, number 15. Let me talk. Oh, 42. You talk all the time. No one lets number 8 talk. That's because you have nothing to say. Oh, shut up, number 4. That's what I'm picturing.
I guess I thought they'd be collective, but they're just a group of numbers. They're all individuals.
Yeah,
like
I don't know. Why not?
I imagine just a stack of numbers with arms coming out.
I am the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
It is kind of scary. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, I thought in season 4 finale and in this episode, I didn't think her accent was very good. So I was happy to see that Perry posted on the forum that he didn't think her accent was very good. Since I'm not really an expert on Australian accents, and I thought maybe I'm just wrong. And it just, yeah, I know. It does say that on my business card.
Well,
but, it's not true.
Didn't you get a PhD Australian accennology?
Yes, I
could
did.
have sworn that's what you told me.
But it was from the University of Phoenix, so.
Oh, online?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just as good, but
I've heard
not
online
really.
degrees. There's nothing to scoff at with online degrees.
Exactly.
Perfectly reasonable situation for the on-the-go business professional.
There you go. See, I can tell you've been well paid.
This podcast brought to you by Phoenix University. Oh man. No, Phoenix is great. They have any course in any course you could want, pretty much. I mean, it's all over the place with that.
Yeah, I mean, if you need business accounting, they got it. If you need archaeology, they got it. If you need I don't know, quantum physics, they don't have it now, but they're going to have it soon.
They're going to have it soon, and it's going to be online.
So, but if you need, customer service studies, they totally got it.
Nice. Now, I don't need a full degree because I don't have time for that. Do you have certificate programs?
Oh, do we have certificates? What do you want? We'll get you a certificate that says literally anything you want.
Literally, folks. Even if it's just happy birthday for University.
We don't care.
University of Phoenix.
That's an accredited happy birthday.
It is accredited.
It's recognized in all but 4 states.
And does Utah really count?
Exactly.
All right, I think we've offended enough people.
Probably. Sorry to anyone who got their degree.
I think there's like some guy in Utah who's like doubly offended because he takes classes at the University of Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, you always get somebody.
Yeah, there's always someone.
What are you gonna do?
No, anything else with this thing though?
Anyway, I felt somewhat vindicated that I thought her accent sounded kind of fakey, and apparently it does.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were talking about that.
Because like normally people push that past me and I don't notice, but she just really doesn't sound Australian to me. It just sounds like some weird hybrid. Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, it didn't really stand out to me because it doesn't sound like what if I heard, a real Australian person speak. But I just, to me, it was just like she's just got sort of an accent.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounds different,
Yeah. Yeah.
She was in a coma for a while.
Good point.
Maybe she forgot some of it.
She forgot her accent. That's all right.
She forgot some of her accent. Come on, people, be a little sensitive.
There you go. How could we? How dare we?
How dare you, indeed.
Yeah, when you're in a coma, sure. Why not? There you go. There's a theory. It's not, yeah.
I do wonder how, what was the end of Jack's conversation with her? How did he, once she said, "Who's Aaron?" and he's like, "Why are you here?" Like, I would want to be like, well, why did you come here to talk to me about some Aaron? Like,
why are you here?
Yeah, exactly.
You followed my lawyer?
You followed my lawyer for someone named Aaron? Like, you need to explain yourself.
Yeah.
Walk out of here.
They definitely didn't show us that part of the scene.
It was that was so weird. Like, so you got, why are you here? Because it's like, oh crap, she's not here for that. What is she here for?
Mm-hmm.
And he gets in the car and he's like, drive, just go. Like, it's just like, they need to really get out of there for something. It was weird. It was a weird thing.
It was, because it just didn't seem like the right reaction. Because Jack didn't seem to address the obvious issue, like why he went up there and what happened. Like, he seemed to just be like, all right, you call son, let's just move on.
Yeah, what I thought was happening was she didn't know about Aaron, but now she does, and they need to get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I thought was going on. Like,
yeah,
you know, they accidentally let the cat out of the bag, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, and he sort of did, and it's like if she thought about it, you know, if she talked to her lawyer, I mean, you know, I feel like she's on the verge of figuring out what's going on there. She's got enough info.
She could put some pieces together, but I do have to say one thing. She is a Littleton. we knew how clever Claire was. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh.
Maybe it skips a generation. I don't know.
Whatever it is, yeah.
And I do have, Aaron did say choo-choo tunnel, so I don't know what his IQ score is. But,
I think choo-choo tunnel is pretty insightful for.
I don't know, man.
However old he's supposed to be. How old is he? Like 4?
I think he's like 16 now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You still saying choo-choo tunnel?
Choo-choo tunnel. Oh God. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of choo-choo tunnel, I did want to bring up someone on the forum mentioned that they thought the whole case line about the train going through the tunnel, never coming back, was a sort of, reference to them going back to the island. And
oh yeah.
That definitely makes sense. It was very strangely placed.
You're right.
Reference.
Yeah.
But that definitely makes sense.
It does make sense. I still think it's a weird line though.
Yeah, it is.
Because even if that's what she means or something, she still has to say that. And it's just. I don't think that train's ever getting out of tunnel.
That train knows if he goes in that tunnel, he's never getting out. It's like, what?
Just, yeah, the weirdest reaction. But yeah, sure, that I could totally buy that's what they had in mind.
Yeah.
Thank you for him.
Thank you again.
You're always there. Okay, so you ready for the next one?
Oh, let's go back. The scene, she still thinks that Claire's dead. So that's what Jack says to Kate.
He says that?
Yeah. Jack says she doesn't know anything. Kate says what? He says she doesn't know. She still thinks that Claire is dead. Which means, what do you think, Jack? Which means Jack doesn't know that Claire died. Or, I mean, we know she's got this apparition thing going on, but he doesn't. I mean, when was it? What's the last that he knows of Claire? Jack knows that Claire disappeared. Sawyer was with her at the time, and Sawyer told Jack about it when they met up at the end of season 4. So Jack knows that Claire went with Locke, and then she was coming back with Sawyer and Miles to the camp, and one night she just disappeared. That's all he knows. Okay, so Jack basically thinks she's still alive. As far as Jack knows, she could be still alive. I mean, I guess this line means that's what he thinks. Yeah. But they never found her or anything, obviously, and no one is sure, what happened to her. Yeah. So she's not, as clearly alive as Sawyer is. So, but apparently he thinks she's alive, that she just disappeared to somewhere. Yeah, I guess so. I didn't even think about that line. It was weird that he even mentioned that, because it really wasn't about Claire. It was about Aaron, and it was weird to even bring up that fact. Yeah. I was just surprised that he thought she was alive. I mean, not I was. I am now. At the time, I thought it made sense. Now it just seems like not only a weird thing to say, but I didn't think he would assume that. Mm-hmm. It has been 3 years. I mean, yeah, he technically disappeared on the island 3 years ago. I mean, I guess you hold out hope or something. Yeah, he could definitely help. Really, but when you say like she thinks she's still alive, like, I mean, dead.
it sort of suggests that, that's wrong.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
I mean, it's just like on the commentary when they talked about Sun, and they said, Sun thinks Jin is dead. And when they said that, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that means he's alive. And it did.
Yeah.
So, anyway. That is strange. I definitely wonder what's going on with her. What they're going to do with that Claire thing.
Yeah, I don't know. She's hanging out with Christian now.
I guess so. Are they time shifting? Does that even make sense to ask?
It doesn't. Please don't.
Okay. All right. I wonder if any of that stuff's going to pop up, any of the weird shit. I don't know. We'll see.
What if they time shift and they see Echo getting killed by the smoke monster?
It could happen.
It could happen.
Alan Dale won't be watching.
Oh, man. He really won't be, will he?
And then I thought I'd give it another chance. And I turned it on and it went back in time and saw it again.
Oh, man. Oh, Alan Dale.
So now I'm really, really not going to watch it. Yeah, he's a character. Yeah, you're right, they could. I don't think they will, but because that's contingent on them getting actors. But we did see Anna Lucia again, which is another thing I thought would never happen. So
yeah.
I guess it's possible. It has been a while. Maybe the actor could be talked into doing a little cameo.
Or they could just show clip. They could just shoot it.
Or they could just show the clip. Yeah, they could do that too. You're right.
Have them hiding in the bushes.
Hiding in the bushes again. That reminds me of. I was digging through some of my old. Well, whatever. Never mind the backstory. Sorry.
I hope you were going to say digging through some of your old corpses you have lying around your apartment.
Never mind the backstory. Surely doesn't matter. Right after Echo gets killed.
Now after this, I'm going to start a Justin Lowdown podcast so we can talk about the mysteries of what you're doing.
That's a good idea. I think you should do that. I'll try to leave you a few clues along the way.
Nice.
So you can try to put the pieces together.
Wait, were you vacuuming?
No, I was not vacuuming. Good guess,
okay.
Though. Good
Washing
guess.
dishes.
It might have been a household chore. I won't specify which.
All right.
I'll save that for next week. Anyway, when the song monster kills Echo, and Locke comes over and he whispers in his ear and they say, "What did he say?" And he goes, "We're next." I just want to emphasize how much bullshit that seems like now. Because, nothing came of that at all.
Well, I have to say this. If Smokey ever comes for them, then he's right. He just was off timeline.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess they weren't specifically next since Keamy's crew got attacked by Smokey after
There
that.
you go. There you go.
So, yeah. So it was wrong.
And actually, they didn't die, but it did go after Juliet and Kate later on in season 3.
Yeah. Echo was just wrong.
He was just wrong. That's it. He was just wrong. The end. Yeah, it's just, it much like the, you want to, how long do you think it'll take to train an army thing? Yeah.
Well, that one, oh man. Oh man.
I know.
how long do you think it'll take to train an army? 6 seasons. Or 4 seasons or whatever.
That would have been an answer that would have worked. But yeah, I just when you brought that up, I was thinking about that recently, and I at the time I thought, I hope they pay this off. I hope this doesn't turn into nothing. And then I forgot about it. And I just recently remembered it. I'm like, yeah, that was nothing.
What else is kind of turned into nothing? I mean, they you got something to go on, but the Hurley and Libby recognition thing, Hurley recognizing Libby and that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you look familiar. Like he kept saying that.
Yeah.
Him never realizing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he never got it. And that was the end of that. I really don't think we're going to get more about Libby at this point.
Well, Libby did say hi.
She did say hi.
I mean, that was in Hurley's brain, I think.
Mhm.
But apparently,
whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
But there was a time when people were furiously talking about Libby's past.
Yes, we were those people.
Yeah. We were those people. And it just seems ridiculous at this point to care about Libby's past.
Yeah. Oh, Libby.
That whole reveal of her in the institution and what does that mean and blah, 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 blah. Anyway.
We'll never know.
Reminiscences with the Lowdown. Thank you for joining me. Okay, so should I go on to the next scene?
Please.
In the present, whatever that means. Jack knocks on the door. Claire's mom. Oh, we already did that one. Sorry.
They showed that scene twice in this episode. They really want us to watch it.
Should have marked my place. Okay, so Ben and Saeed in the van. Ben asked Saeed why he Ben asked Saeed why he rescued Hugo. Saeed says to keep him safe.
It just sounded like such an obvious answer. Did you rescue this person? Oh, this is to be safe. Oh, that's a good reason to rescue them.
That does seem like a totally vacuous conversation. But
it doesn't play that way in the scene, but just saying.
Yeah, like there's just no content to the words. Why did you keep them safe? Because I wanted to keep them safe. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the real answer should be something more like, I wanted to make sure Hurley was safe, and I didn't trust anyone else to do it, or something like that.
Yeah.
Probably more to the point.
Mm-hmm.
But just what he says is pretty crazy.
It is. Okay, so they pull into a parking garage, and the lawyer Norton gets out of a car and comes over to talk to Ben. He tells Ben that they don't have a case against Hurley, and he will be free the following day. Ben says thanks, and the lawyer leaves. Saeed says, "Who is that?" And Ben says, "That's my lawyer." Oh, Ben.
Oh, Ben, indeed. He looks at him, that look he gives, man. The look he gives when he says that line.
He really has that look down.
Yeah, he does.
He's been doing that since season 2.
Yeah.
That's that look from, that look everybody talked about when they closed the door on him.
Mm-hmm.
It was after Saeed went in there, in the way early days.
Man,
sorry.
I forgot how much of a history they have.
Yeah, it's easy to.
Yeah.
Because it's not really about that now. But they really do have a really long history. So. Anyway, here's the
deal.
Here's the deal. What was I going to say? Here's the
revelation. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say. Oh, yeah. This is one of those things where the previous scene they leave it with, Jack says whoever's trying to take Aaron, it's not her. And Kay says, then who is it? And then they cut to Ben.
Yeah.
An obvious visual cue. And then they have him meet the guy, and he says, "That's my lawyer." I mean, they're really driving that point home. Of course, they don't have the lawyer talk about that. They have him talk about this other thing. So I guess he's got him on multiple assignments. But but we also find out here that Hurley's going to be out like real soon, and because they don't even have a case, and so it's no big deal that he got arrested.
Yep.
So nice work, Hurley. Way to get away from Ben.
Yeah, and Ben's going to save you now and get you out of jail.
Yeah. Well done.
Because I feel like, he says the judge, we have a preliminary hearing in the morning, the judge will never let it get past that. I feel like he's saying that, he's got some weight with the judge that he's going to pull, and make sure this whole thing gets done.
Mm-hmm.
But this whole thing, the big reveal about it being Ben's lawyer, I think, it was kind of a letdown reveal because it's because we kind of I kind of figured a lot of people I think figured it could be Ben.
Yeah.
Was behind this whole thing. But I think what was there was something else about that. I was trying to remember. I forget now. Yeah, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say about it will come back to me.
About this scene?
Yeah, about the lawyer thing. What is it? That's my lawyer.
Oh, okay.
Because we've got the mystery of who is. Oh, that's right. This is revealing that Ben is the client.
Yeah.
But there's something else too, isn't there?
There's something else?
There's something else there, I thought, that it's sort of revealing, but I forget what.
I don't know.
It'll come back to me.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll just move on.
Yeah.
Did I want to say something about that? Guess not. Okay. So we go back to the island. They push the canoe onto the shore. They all catch their breath. Juliet sits next to Sawyer and asks Sawyer to finish what he was saying about seeing Kate. Sawyer says he didn't talk to her because what's done is done. Sawyer notices that Juliet now has a nosebleed. Then Charlotte calls out because she sees some wreckage, which looked like it had just happened. Locke kicks over something with French on it, I guess that's what we said earlier, and says, "Anybody speak French?" That's that.
And then Claude's heart started pounding furiously as he realized that his dream of seeing the circumstances of Rousseau's landing on the island was about to come to fruition.
Somewhere in California, a single heart started to beat a little bit faster.
A young boy's dream was starting to come true.
As soon as it started, I had a similar kind of reaction. I thought they might get here, but I was surprised to get here now. I guess I just thought that would be later or something. But once I realized they were seeing this, it was like, okay, well, I guess it's time for this. Brace myself. Here we go. Okay, so anything else about that scene? Should I?
No. At first, I thought before he said the line about anybody speak French, when it was just the wreckage, I thought maybe they had landed, when when the plane crashed, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh man, they're back to the beginning or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be crazy. They could do that.
They really could.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did do that at some point, actually.
Yeah, why not?
I definitely think, based on a number of shows I've seen, towards the very end of the show, I feel like they'll somehow revisit the pilot. That seems to be a thing people like to do.
Yeah, I can see that.
So we can look out for that. I feel like they really shouldn't be time traveling by then, but we'll see.
What if those apparitions are like from the future or something weird like that?
I know. Yeah. Exactly. What if indeed?
Like if your body's on the island, then like, and the island has some weird time thing, then you can sort of, your consciousness, body or whatever, can time travel or whatever, and oh man, they can do whatever they want.
Yep. Add it to the pile.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I know. That's it's too much. It's too much. I really hope time travel doesn't explain that many things. But we'll see.
We'll see.
Okay, so the next scene, we cut to an octagonal inflatable raft with French-speaking people in it. They see someone floating in the water and row over to get him. They pull the man into the raft, and we see that it's Jin.
What?
Holy shit! But I thought he was dead.
But he blew up on the boat.
He was on the boat. Everyone on the boat died.
Son says he's dead.
He must be
Never
dead.
wrong.
We saw his grave.
We saw his grave, people.
Hello.
So that was the whole thing. We were talking about that whole son crying at the grave thing, whether or not, what was the big contention? Was it whether or not son thought he was dead or something?
There was a contention?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Or was it? It wasn't just that whether or
yes,
not Jin was
that
dead,
that
right?
was one contention. Whether she thought he was dead, or there were some who thought maybe she just thought he was stuck on the island and they were separated. And
yes.
And that's what she meant. But she does think he's dead. I think that's pretty clear.
That's pretty clear. So okay, yeah.
At this point, and I thought that was the better interpretation of that scene. So I'm glad that's what actually happened. But as it turns out, so at one point on this podcast, you may remember, I'm sure some of you remember me saying that the ending to Sun and Jin's story. I actually thought this was an ending at one point where Jin's dead and Sun takes over the company and, just sort of lives out her life, and that was the ending of their story. I thought that at one point. I thought that was kind of an interesting way to go. I really didn't think they would sort of not end up, living out their life after, sort of resolving their conflicts through what happened on the island, and so I sort of like that idea that they weren't able to emerge unscathed. But now that Jin's alive, well, I think I can forget about them not getting back together at some point. It's definitely going to happen at this point. So I definitely think it's a very distinct possibility that they actually will end up together at the end of the show and live happily ever after. So, oh well.
The Jin thing was a surprise because obviously because it was a surprise, but I thought Jin was dead, and I was fine with him being dead, and I feel like I should have guessed that he could maybe come back, but I just kind of forgot about him because I thought he was dead. But with this whole time shifting thing, I feel bad that I didn't think about the fact that, well, if Jin somehow managed to live through the explosion, then he could just be like Dan was in the raft, like close enough within the barrier to time shift, and that's what he's been doing. So,
yeah,
it's weird. It's weird that's that's what's happening.
I happened to see the actor's name in the credits
Oh, look at you watching the credits again.
It was the
Can't
main
help
cast.
yourself.
I didn't think the main cast would be a spoiler,
Mm-mm.
but apparently it was, because, yeah, I saw his name, and I'm like, wow, I guess Jen's coming back sometime. So yeah, when I didn't actually expect exactly when he showed up, but nonetheless, the surprise was kind of dulled for me because I expected him to come back at some point. So I did think he was dead though, like previously, last season. I definitely, the boat blew up and there he was right on the boat. It really seemed like he shouldn't survive that.
Yeah.
So I think it was reasonable to think he was dead, but apparently not.
Did he survive it because of the fact that he goes back in time and meets Rousseau and those guys, so he has to survive it?
Oh, God.
Or,
Stop.
Or does he...
Oh, no.
Or is it the opposite, that he meets Rousseau and those guys because he survived?
Because he survived? Oh, God. Does that even have an answer?
Oh, man. It's not even a question. It's a headache.
Oh, God, that's terrible. You're right. If he did that, then he couldn't have died.
Yeah.
On the other hand...
on the other hand, slap yourself with it.
There you go. Thank you. Slap. Yeah, that's oh God. Yeah, so apparently in addition to all the other insane things that are going to happen to Rousseau and her team, they rescued one of the Losties from the future.
Yeah. Little did they know. They rescued the one from the future, yeah. That's pretty spectacular.
That's definitely not something that I thought. I mean, I knew Danielle's story had something interesting in it, but I really didn't think any of our characters would be a part of it. And if they were, certainly not from the future.
Holy crap. What if they have some weird, crazy scene where, like, Jin is the one who takes Alex?
Oh, Jesus.
And gives him the bin. I mean,
no
I don't think that's
way.
going to happen, because I don't think he's going to be in this timeline long enough for that. But that's the kind of crap they do.
They really could do that.
Crazy
Oh,
stuff
God,
like
no. Oh, God, no. That's a nightmare. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no,
They really could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Oh,
Something
God.
crazy like that. I mean, she doesn't look like she's going to give birth anytime soon. And I don't think, these time shifts haven't lasted.
Yeah. Do you remember what the timeline was? I think it wasn't that long.
So when she had the baby?
Yeah. I don't think they were supposed to have been there that long.
Yeah, that's right. I was just going off about how pregnant she looked, but in terms of the story,
yeah,
she wasn't there. Yeah, was it like 2 weeks or 3?
Yeah, something like that. A couple weeks.
I don't remember a week. Yeah.
I don't remember exactly, but yeah, it's supposed to. But nonetheless, I mean, that's way longer than any of the time shifts have been so far.
Yeah, totally.
So it doesn't seem like they should. But on the other hand, like I want to see some of that stuff. I
want to see. Montan needs to lose his arm.
He does.
And I want to see Robert not checking the firing pin.
Exactly. That's all that's got to happen.
Yeah, that's it.
Someone. Yep, they're gonna have to hear the whispers and go to the dark territories, and Danielle's gonna have to kill them all, and Alex is gonna have to be all that stuff.
Yeah.
I want to see it. I really want to see how that actually played out, and
Me too.
But on the other hand, I don't want Jen and Dan and Charlotte and Locke and Sawyer and Juliet to play major parts in that plot. That really bugs me if that happens.
Please don't.
I am not prepared for that. If Jen took Aaron or something, God, that's just, oh my God. I just can't, it's a nightmare because I feel like they could do that. Now that they have Danielle finding Jen, I mean, if they're willing to do that, why not? Why not just throw random losties into these past events? I mean,
yeah, it makes it better, right?
Yeah, it must. It must make it better. What else could it do?
I'm looking at this. It says. Trying to figure out the timeline here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. They have in the Lostpedia on Rousseau's story here. They have in there that they were floating in a raft with her. She was floating around with her crew, and they pulled a man who turned out to be Jin into their raft. That is now canon. That has to happen.
It is. They're right. That's apparently what happened.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. So they're searching for the transmission source. After several weeks, they reach the dark territory. Montan lost his arm. They go to Black Rock. They found the radio tower.
Oh, yeah, the radio tower.
There's about 6 weeks here.
That's right. She's got to change the message, too.
She's got to change the
She's
message.
got a lot of work to do.
I know. She's got to
get busy. God damn.
She says she had the baby 3 days later. She delivered the baby alone. 3 days after, some point. It looks like it was at least 6 weeks.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a really long time. All right.
Yeah.
Actually, no. That's a little more than I thought it was.
She was supposed to be like 7 months pregnant.
Okay.
So yeah.
So that's a while. They can't show all that, can they?
I really don't. I don't think they're going to.
I want to see that stuff, though.
I mean,
I don't want to leave in the middle of this.
That's the thing.
It's just getting good.
Can be 5 minutes or 5,000 years. So
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So they could just have,
And the fact that we sort of know what, the sort of general markers of her timeline, her backstory, they could just skip through some of it.
Yeah.
I think the weirdest thing would be how do they show Jin doing all this stuff with that versus, the other people.
Oh, and we're supposed to see the sickness, too.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Don't tell me the sickness is time-shifting. Holy crap, Justin.
No!
The sickness
Not the
is
sickness, too. You can't have the sickness.
No, think about it. Because weren't they basically, going crazy?
Yeah.
And, if they're coming back, from their time-shifting or whatever the whole time thing, if it's affecting them somehow, and they're saying crazy stuff and she thinks they're going insane, oh, man.
No. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, that might be right.
Oh, it's crazy. It makes total why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
I agree, unfortunately, yeah. Yeah. I guess that was sort of floating out there back when the freighter crew was going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember you saying something about sickness back then too.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Which would be a similar kind, not exactly, this, but a similar kind of effect. So yeah, it could be. But we're supposed to see that. And also, Danielle's supposed to never see the others, but she's supposed to think they take the baby. I'd love to see how that's all supposed to work.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had a picture of how that happened. So
well, if she knows someone's out there and then 1 minute her baby's there and the baby's gone, then the other took my baby.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that simple. I don't know. But why would you leave the baby alone?
Yeah.
And then the whole thing with her and Smokey, right?
Oh, she was the one.
She said she called it a security system.
No, I remember. Yeah, you're right. She had that whole, and she had this whole thing about how the others always lie. All they will do is lie.
How do you know that? You've never seen them. I remember that.
Yeah, that was. She's the one who coined the term others. I forgot that. That was her thing. It wasn't them. It wasn't the Losties.
Yeah, it was her thing.
They got it from her. I forgot that. So it is an old term. It goes back quite a while. Okay. I never quite made that connection.
Although, if she's lying and did actually meet some of the others, they could have called themselves that and told her that, and then she told us that. Who knows what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Jin calls them the others because that's what he called them from her.
Later. No. Oh, so
Jin.
it's circular. He tells them that
Jin.
because she told them that. Oh my God.
That would be a mindfuck.
That would totally be a mindfuck. Because that seems like it didn't originate anywhere.
Exactly.
It's
or did it originate from everywhere?
It's like circular. It just sort of came into being. God, that's crazy. I came back and told you they were called the others because you told us they were called the others because I told you they were called the others because you told us they were called the others.
Basically, for this to work, Jin can never tell her that. Jin can never use that phrase around her.
Yeah.
If he does, the universe should explode. That's just what I think.
I agree. God, that's frightening. Oh, man. How would you... Oh, God. How could that... Is that possible? God, that's... Oh, man. Okay. Oh, ouch.
I don't know.
I'm afraid. I'm really afraid.
Should be scared.
It's really scary stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot. I guess I forgot how much of Russo's backstory there is to answer.
Yeah, so really, Ben should be on the island at this point. He's going to be taking her baby here pretty soon for no apparent reason. Yeah, there's all kinds of crap there to fill in. I can't imagine they're going to do all of it, though. It just seems like that's too much. It seems like they'd have to spend too long on that. Although I guess they could do a whole episode about it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's this whole thing about the fact that she must have been on the island during the purge, and how did she survive the gas attack?
Oh yeah. Forgot about that. Yeah.
Apparently there's a lot of inconsistencies with her backstory. She claims she survived so long on the island because she avoids encounters with inhabitants of the island. Yeah,
never forget that line.
But she, captured and tortured Saeed, okay, well, you're avoiding people, but not in this case.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we should maybe go over this scene again and say what they say in English, because I didn't actually catch it.
You didn't catch all the French? What's up? Why not?
I know, right? I just heard a lot of French speak and just kind of gleaned what they were saying, but there's actual translations, believe it or not.
Wow, that's handy.
So maybe we should go over that, because I don't know. There's some little stuff here.
Okay. Yeah, I looked at it. It didn't seem that great, but sure.
Robert starts. I didn't really catch who Robert was, though, of the group.
Robert's the guy who gives her the water bottle at the end. The canteen, the thing she gives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He's the nicer guy.
The nicer guy. Yeah. He's supposed to be her husband.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, Montan's a mean one, apparently.
So, I mean, some of the stuff we get is Robert saying, I told you so, we should have never followed those damn numbers, which, ties into the reason that they were out there. They heard the numbers being broadcast and went to investigate. Apparently, Brennan was in charge of the sonar, so it's not Robert's fault. Or Montan's fault, I should say. What else is going on? Their instruments malfunctioned. This is when they see Jen. They realize that they were all accounted for, so Jen is not one of them. So who is he? Blah, blah, blah.
Paddle, paddle, paddle.
Paddle, paddle, hold the flashlight on them, just sort of saying what they're doing. Then they say there's only him, no boat, nothing. Then that the waves will bring him to the coast. In the name of God, Brennan, shut up. Okay. Apparently, Jen is heavy and still breathing. So that's the gist of the English there.
Mm-hmm.
Translation. So awesome.
Yeah. Not a whole lot.
Well, I think we should rescind our R.I.P. Jen.
Yeah. Did we issue an RIP?
I think we did a whole RIP.
Yeah, I think you're right. All right. Yeah.
I feel bad that Michael's not around to know that Jen's alive.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It was kind of sad because Jen's down there with him, and Michael's like, you're a father now. You need to go out there and be with your family or whatever. And he sends him out, and then he just dies apparently.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of.
Hey, Mike, you're a dad too.
Yeah, I know. That was definitely the elephant in the room when he said that. But nonetheless, it just seemed disappointing that he would tell him to go, and it was too late.
Yeah.
I wanted him to be able to allow him to leave. So yeah. Anyway, I agree. It's too bad he had to die in general.
Yeah. I'm not happy with that.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to mention, like, on the podcast, they just came out and said that in the Frogurt scene that they wanted the audience to say, he's so annoying, I just wish he would die, and then they would shoot the arrow in his chest, and the audience would like that. Like they said that's exactly what they had in mind.
Wow.
So I just wanted to bring that up.
Why? God, I mean, don't waste time. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not a good character. I mean, what's the point of that? Like, I mean, I don't know. What are we supposed to get out of that? I'd rather them not waste time in order than to create some like contrived circumstance to appease me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I agree.
Like, why even deal with it? I don't care.
Yeah, but I think they think people really like that, and
but they like when they like when the audience hates a character and gets to see them die.
Yeah.
I mean, do people really get off on that?
I don't know. Maybe so.
I mean, maybe. I feel like if anything, it was because of the I can't remember their name. Why are their names escaping me now? The two twins, the two terrible twins. No one liked. They're not twins, but
Nikki and Paulo.
Nikki and Paulo. Thank you. I could not think of their names. I feel like people really got off on that because that was warranted to a certain. I mean, not to me. The degree they killed them wasn't warranted, but the fact that they were annoying characters that people had to deal with for a long time and finally got put to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like they were just trying to do that again, but I don't feel like it was warranted because like they seemed like they made Frogurt intentionally annoying versus Nikki and Paulo being unintentionally annoying.
Right.
Them having to kill them off to save face versus, hey, we'll make this guy annoying and kill them off and get the same sort of like whatever reaction from the audience. That's lame to me.
Mm-hmm.
Suck his time, guys. It's season 5. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, I agree.
But okay, thanks for the that's nice to hear that because that's what it seemed like. I mean,
It is,
they
yeah.
They went out of their way to make him, to set up that whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what you said. It seemed like they were doing, and it was just, when they just literally said that, it was like, yeah, all right, well, I guess that's that.
Yeah.
They just like to do that.
How about this? How about the audience likes when you give us answers to long-standing questions. Hey, do that, guys.
Oh, they're not going to do that.
No, they're just going to kill off annoying characters that are only annoying because they make them annoying.
Yeah, they can do that.
I don't know. It's their show. They can do whatever they want.
That's right.
So, next scene?
All right, next scene. Long Beach Marina. Jack and Kate pull in and park. Kate asks why Jack called her. Jack tells her that her dress was on the man who attacked Saeed. Kate asks why Saeed is there. Jack says it isn't important. They just need to get Kate and Aaron somewhere safe. Kate says, safe from who? Then Ben and Saeed arrive. Kate is surprised to see Ben. Jack says that Ben is with him. Jack tells Kate that Ben is there to help them. Kate realizes that Ben is the one trying to take Aaron. Jack says no, but Ben admits that it was him. Kate says, why don't you leave me and my son alone? Ben says, because he's not your son, Kate. Then we move over to Son in a car with Aaron close by. She takes the gun and gets out of the car. Wow, that scene flies by.
Yeah, that little part is not in the transcript. So glad you wrote that down.
Which part?
The Son.
The Son part. Yeah, it doesn't have dialogue, so.
Yeah, I guess they don't. Seems like the people who are doing the transcript don't do a lot of the action stuff anymore.
Yeah, they definitely leave that stuff out.
So Jack finally tells Kate what's going on here about the fact that they all need to be together.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think she really hears that when she sees Ben.
I agree. Ben's standing there looking extremely evil.
Yeah.
When I looked at him in the scene, I'm like, there's no way I would trust him.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, that when she sees him, it's just all the stuff that this guy has done. I mean, it's just like.
Yeah, and he has that look on his face that just screams not to trust him.
You mean his face?
Yeah, I mean his face.
He had his face on his face.
He did. He was wearing that face.
He was wearing that face of his.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I was with him and Jack and they were doing things, it was like, okay, Ben's all right. But when they sort of shot him from afar and I saw him from Kate's perspective, I was just like, God, he just looks like someone I should not want to go along with.
Oh, totally.
He just seemed to turn up the evil. It was weird. So yeah, I agree. I don't think she really caught on. I think she was just distracted by the fact that Ben was there. Yeah,
totally.
So yeah, I don't think she's quite on board yet.
And the fact that I don't think she had any reason to believe Ben was, alive and off the island and doing stuff, and like involved. I mean, it's a shocker that he's there in the first place.
Yeah.
It's a shocker that he's with Jack apparently in Jack's terms. Jack, I think you're with Ben. I think Ben's controlling things.
You don't think Ben's with Jack? Taking Jack's orders?
No. I think Jack's with Ben on this one. And then the whole thing when Jack, she's like, he's the one who's trying to take air. Like, I'm glad she caught that very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Jack's like, no, Kate, you don't get it.
You got it all wrong.
It's like, oh, no, she's right. And that's the thing, if this was like, season 3 or season 2 or something, we would have gone through, 2 episodes of this.
Yeah, it would have been a whole thing. Is he or isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Who could it be? I don't know. Yeah, I know. They really just cut out the mystery there.
I didn't really like her little response to, who do you think you are? Why would you stay away? Why don't you leave me and my son alone? That line was a little weak for me. But yeah, fine. But then he says because he's not your son. So and then it cut from that. So I don't really know what the rest of that conversation was. But it's like,
yeah, that's a line I want to fixate on a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, if I take him at his word, that's really why he was doing it? Just because that's not her son? It had nothing to do with any other...
That's the thing. I feel like he just said something that was going to be inflammatory towards her more than he was sort of answering why he won't leave.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you don't think he actually wants to take Aaron from her because...
No, I think it's one of those writing things. Like if she would have just said, who the hell do you think you are? Why won't you just stay away? He wouldn't have said, because he's not your son. I don't think he would have said that.
I see. It was just in response.
That was his motive, but I think it was more of a response to, why don't you leave me and my son alone? And he gets to come back with, but he's not your son.
Right.
And to make her realize, you know what I mean? It sort of cuts down her argument, and so now he can, he can use that as a springboard for whatever he wants to say to her after that. I think it's something like that, but it comes off strange.
It's not like he's gonna take Aaron away from her because she's not supposed to raise him or something like that.
Oh man,
we're not back to that, are we?
No, I think Ben would be fine with letting Aaron stay with Kate. I just think he wants them on the island. And I don't even know if he wants. I don't even know if Aaron is going back to the island.
The other things we have in play on that front, I'm just gonna note briefly. When Jack goes to visit Hurley last season, apparently Charlie leaves a message for Jack, and the message is you're not supposed to raise him. And then we have Kate's dream where Claire tells her, "Don't you dare bring him back." So I don't know if any of that has relevance here, but I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, honestly, the whole thing, like I said, the whole thing with Claire's mom being in town, it seems like it's too big of a coincidence for me for her to have the same lawyer. She's in town to get a fucking check. Come on, really? You can't mail the check. I think they get mail enough good. I think they have.
Do they have that now?
I'm pretty sure. So that's the thing. I feel like they might be trying to orchestrate something where, Ben convinces Kate and Jack that Aaron shouldn't go back to the island, and now that Claire's mom is here, Aaron can go with her, and they have that whole thing, and that way they don't. I think it's a little cumbersome to have. They can have Aaron go back to the island, but I don't know. Being a kid, I think it's just a little weird for him to be stuck on the island. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And with the fact that he has, since he has family, he's got his grandmother, so. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think.
You don't think he's going to be reunited with Claire or any of that nonsense about who's got to raise him and all that stuff?
No, I don't think Claire's alive in the traditional sense.
Okay.
So I don't think he could really be reunited with her in any sort of real way, or long-lasting way. So I'm getting the sense that Aaron's not going to go back to the island.
I see. Okay. So it was okay for him to leave. He doesn't have to go back.
Yeah, was he really on the plane anyway?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know if that's supposed to count or not.
Yeah.
But, all right, Aaron's not going back, huh? I wouldn't mind. I don't particularly want him coming along. No offense, but, You know.
Stay here, kid. You bother me.
Exactly. Go on, get.
Go on and get out of my face, kid.
Yeah. But I guess I kind of think they are going to bring him back. And I don't know if all that nonsense is just they're just stringing us along, or if they actually have a plan for this kid's future. If that's actually gonna go somewhere on the show or not. I do wonder about the Little Prince.
The Little Prince. Little Prince Littleton. It's just a little much, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Little Prince Littleton. And I think Littleton, isn't that supposed to be an anagram for, like, thing?
Is it?
I think I saw that on an anagram list.
Oh, God.
Like, I forgot what it was. Something like, let me see it now. Where did it go? Did I make that up?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Well, under theories? Yeah, there it is. Aaron Littleton is an anagram for a lineal torn tot.
Okay.
Which is hinting that Aaron would be separated from his parents.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah, which, that makes sense. So, I mean, if they bring him back to the end, that's fine with me. But I feel like the circumstance here is pretty right for him not to go.
Yeah.
If Claire's mother wasn't in town, I wouldn't think this theory would be possible. But the fact that she's in town from Ben's lawyer, Ben could have easily, orchestrated that and basically had the lawyer make her come, or convince her to come in to pick up the check for whatever reason, So I could see that happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Next thing?
Why not? Oh, so the son thing?
The son thing, yeah. Part 2 of Son the Bad Babysitter. She pulls up a gun and a baby in the car. Oh, son. And then she just leaves him in the car.
Apparently so, yeah. Yeah. You stay here. I'm going to go shoot someone.
Now, don't do what I'm doing, Aaron. Unless they kill your husband.
Yeah, so what do you think's going to happen there?
I mean, I don't think Son's going to shoot him.
You don't think she's going to shoot them all?
No. Shoot them all? Oh, man, that'd be so awesome if Son got everyone there and took off with Aaron and went back to Korea and raised Aaron and little G. That's crazy. She dumps Locke's body in the marina there, and like all the bodies, and then that's just it.
That's it.
She's up and she's done.
The end.
Then she walks away and she's like, "This is how you end a TV show." Kills everyone. And then the people on the island are just stuck time shifting for all eternity. So they die.
That's it. Thanks, son.
The end. Oh, man.
She just gets to relax.
Yep, she wins.
That's it. Son is the ultimate winner.
She's the ultimate lofty. She's the last ever, man.
Yeah. So I'll just go ahead and say that there's a spoiler about what's going to happen next I think in the promos for next week.
I don't know.
I'm not going to say it. And also in there's this little video that someone made. They showed it on ABC. It was sort of a parody kind of thing where they took the action figures and acted out scenes with silly voices and stuff like that. It's on the forum. But that thing contains a spoiler about that. So if you don't want to see that, you shouldn't watch it. I watched it, so I know. So I'm not even going to talk about what I think is going to happen because I kind of know. But I just wanted to see what you thought since you're sort of untainted by the spoiler.
Well, I have to say first, anyone who dares brandish a gun within like 50 feet of Saeed Jarrah can get easily taken down if he deems it necessary. So, even if she pulls out a gun near Ben, she's better make sure Saeed isn't around to take her down.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that's one thing. I just she's gonna walk up and shoot Ben. I mean, first of all, if it was really going to happen, if in sort of a reality, like the way to do it would just be to go and shoot him quickly. But of course, it's a show, so she needs to explain herself and have a long monologue about why she's doing this, which gives someone time to stop her. So that's the thing. Like, that whole situation happens, and then Jack would be like, "No, son, don't. We need to do this, X, Y, and Z," and then Ben could basically even say, that Jen's not dead or something. Even if he's lying, he could say that and say, blah, 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 but give her hope. Or there's a lot of ways it could go, I think, but it's not going to go with her killing Ben.
Okay.
Cut to next week. I can't believe Ben died. I can't believe Sunshot Ben. Sunshot Ben.
That would be a really good thing to cut together if that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder, does what you know tie into that kind of thing, or is what the spoiler is something a little bit outside of that? Maybe I shouldn't ask.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer without hinting at what the right thing is.
I guess the question is the spoiler about whether or not she shoots Ben or whether or not Ben dies, which is kind of the same. But don't answer.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm trying to not be spoiled, but I want to know, but I don't. So.
Yeah. It doesn't give everything away, but it does give a key thing away that kind of suggests...
Like Jack saying, "Wow, son, glad you didn't shoot Ben." It's like the audio. That's all it takes is something like that.
That would be...
Ben, or they cut to a later scene and Ben is talking to son. "Wow, that was a close call there, son. I thought you were going to shoot me."
Yeah. You're right. It's not quite as clear cut as that.
Damn it.
But pretty close. So yeah, if you really want to know, you can go watch the promos or that thing. I'm not that mad that I know. It's not a big deal to me, but still, I think in the end, I'd rather not know.
Yeah.
So.
Well, but you do know, so you always would have known.
Oh, God.
You couldn't have not known because you always knew. So take solace in that.
Okay. I'll try. It's not very solaceful.
Salacious, I think.
Salacious? I don't think that's it.
You think it's salacious?
No, I don't think that's what salacious means.
All right.
I like it, though. It's a good word.
You know what else is a good word?
But, did I want to say something? I guess not. Yeah, so you ready for the next scene, which is the good word, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
The word I know. So Jen wakes up on the beach. The French people speak to each other, and a mysterious woman tries to speak to Jen in French, and then in English. She asks Jen how he got there, and he says boat, and tells and tells him that it sunk. A man, apparently named Montan, asks who he is and asks how he doesn't know how he wound up in the middle of the ocean. The woman tells Montan to back off and gets water from a man named Robert. She gives the water to Jen, who drinks. Jen says thank you. The woman asks Jen what his name is, and he tells her, Jen. She says, hello, Jen. I'm Danielle. Danielle Rousseau. Lost.
You might remember me from your past. I'm not going to remember you because you're from the future.
They didn't actually say that, but they should
they
have.
didn't actually say that.
Deleted
yeah,
scene.
so this is, this is Danielle Rousseau coming to the island, folks. First-hand account.
Yeah, so for those of you who hadn't caught on yet, this is where they, if you've ever heard of this person, now you'll know who it is.
Exactly.
They really nailed it home here.
Mhm.
I think.
They nailed it home.
If I may borrow one of your famous phrases.
Oh, please.
Yeah, because I knew that's who it was when Locke said anybody speak French.
Exactly.
5 scenes ago.
Yeah.
By the time they end on I'm Danielle Rousseau, I'm like, yeah, I knew that a long time ago.
Tell me something I don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, especially there's so many confirmations here of who these people are.
Yeah, all the clues are there.
Yeah.
If Montan and Robert and the pregnancy and the French wasn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. What else do you need?
Yeah, she just comes out and says her name.
Mm-hmm.
And that's if anyone hasn't caught on by then, they just haven't been watching.
Yeah. But pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. But like I said before, I just don't want to believe Jen was really there.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's just so strange to me.
Jump on board. I don't want to believe Jen was there either. Putting that in the timeline bothers me.
Yeah, does that mean that he could potentially say, because he realizes who this is.
He does, yeah.
That's the thing. He realizes who this is and what that must mean. And if he tells them anything, like if he tells them anything about the future, that's going to, that, I was on this boat and it blew up and it was, obviously from the future because it was, 2006 or something or
5.
2005. And it's like 1988 where they are now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy for them to have to deal with. And so I feel like he's not going to say anything, or at least to most of them, but I don't know. And obviously he's going to flash at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Danielle just never talks about it.
That's it. She'll never speak of it again for the rest of her life.
Why didn't she say anything when she saw him on the beach?
It's a good question.
1, 2, and 3.
I'm next time I do my full watch through, I'm gonna have to pay attention and see when she had a chance to see him. Because it's been so long, I just don't remember. I know she did, but I can't remember, which time she could have been around him and said, wow.
You look a lot like this guy we rescued.
Yeah. Yeah, 16 years ago. You look pretty much the same. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, because that's the added bonus. It's not like he's aged or something.
Yeah. Yeah. But as we all know, that scene's not going to happen because it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
But I just want to see how bad it is. I want to see how much of a chance there was for a scene like that didn't happen. Because she didn't have a lot of interaction with Jen.
No. It wasn't that much, but I definitely think she was around a couple times when she could have said something to Jen.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I think most of that was before he, knew his English, but she still could have talked to him.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. In the past, he knows English, but in the future, he doesn't know it anymore.
Future, he doesn't know. He forgot. Oh, wait, he didn't learn it yet. Thank you, time travel.
Yeah, way to go. Spot on. Well done. So, I guess we'll get more on this next week.
You think it'll be next week or the week after?
Or the week after. Yeah, whatever. The next time we deal with this plot on the island.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. But so far they haven't had an episode where they didn't go to the island yet. So, I'm going to assume it's next week.
I thought, oh, okay, yeah. They had an episode where they didn't go to the future, right? Was that where Jack and Kate weren't in it?
Well, yeah, but they were with Desmond.
Yeah, that's right. They were with Desmond.
So they were in the future, just not with the Oceanic 6 crew. So they skipped them, but they haven't skipped the island yet.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean they won't, but I'm gonna say that they won't.
Yeah, they probably won't. I'm excited to see, whatever they give us about this will be interesting. I'm a little disappointed because I don't think we're going to see everything. I want a Russo episode.
Yeah. Where
it's flashback oriented because I want to be able to see all the big stuff.
Yeah.
And not have to wade through it time-wise.
Yeah, see that's the advantage of doing it flashback style. You can just flip through.
Yeah, you can skip through all that stuff.
The key events. Instead of they just sort of sit there and wait for things to happen. Which I can't see them doing that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it would be really contrived if they time shifted just to the moment where the dramatic.
Just the big moment.
Yeah. I can't. I guess they could do that, but I just find that hard to imagine.
You know what else could be explained by time travel?
Oh God, what?
Remember when Ben saw his mom as a kid?
Oh no.
I'm shaking my head right now.
Not that too. Don't take that away from me.
I just thought about that. Just like, yeah.
Soon I won't have anything left.
Hey, and do I have to mention Walt and his remote viewing and popping up places?
God damn it. Remote viewing. Oh God. Yeah, that so could be that. Not to mention Caller Ghost Walt.
Caller Ghost Walt, man.
That's just screaming for time travel.
Yeah, there's oh man.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a weird season.
It is.
It already is a weird season.
Yeah. And in general, the seasons seem to get crazier, so I'm worried.
I wish they just go back to worrying about how they're gonna wash their clothes.
I know. I never thought I'd miss that stuff.
When they were just like hanging out.
Yeah. It was really
And they had a whole episode devoted to Sawyer trying to find a frog.
They did. They really did. That was it.
Hey, Sawyer, what are you doing this episode? Oh, I'm looking for a frog.
That was a whole plot. They actually talked about that.
Why? Because it's annoying me.
Because it's bothering me. What are you going to do when you find it? Kill it.
Kill it.
All right.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy drama. I guess it's crazier than time shifting and seeing Kate help Claire give birth in the past, right? Yeah.
Oh, that frog subplot. I forgot about that. That was part 2 to the I gotta find that boar that's annoying me.
Gotta find that boar. Yeah, these annoying animals. These animals annoying Sawyer.
That was the whole thing. Yeah, God, they used to waste a lot of time. Man, they don't do that anymore.
Mm-mm.
They don't just have, like, frivolous excursions where nothing happens.
Well, that's the thing, you know. I think the best thing to happen, hopefully, in the long run, was, you know, the deal with ABC and these set number of episodes. And
Yeah.
They know exactly how much story they can fit in and not have to waste time.
Yeah.
Maximize the potential.
Right.
Good stuff. Crazy stuff, but good stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, at the time I was just complaining about that, and now I kind of miss it. It's weird.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I feel like next week we need to deal with Locke and Richard and that whole thing, and also I feel like we need to deal with the nuclear bomb that's potentially buried somewhere on the island.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jughead, as it were.
Jughead, yeah. You think they're gonna deal with that, or it's just buried and that's it?
I feel like they need to, simply because no one mentioned the name Jughead in that episode. I feel like we didn't get to talk about that enough.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the title of the episode.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like somehow we're going to go back to and you know, there's plenty more I think with young Ellie and Widmore.
Ah, right.
So I want to see what's up with those guys. So you know, maybe they'll flash to, you know, 5 or 10 years after that first point or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many, you know, whatever. There's still a lot of story there, so they hopefully will, you know, be flashing and we'll be seeing it. I don't know. Fill
in the blanks there, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely still a lot of holes between that and modern day present Widmore.
Yeah, we have Widmore on the island 50 years ago, and we have 20 years from the present, Widmore leaves somehow, or for some reason.
Yeah.
And then we have whatever he does now. So there's some big gaps there.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of the present Widmore, but, I mean, even the leaving 20 years ago, we have no idea what the circumstances were. So that's, yeah, I mean, they'll definitely fill some of that in, I think. So yeah, we'll have to see more of that. And there's definitely more to the story with Richard too. There's something going on with that guy. The nuclear bomb, I don't know. I somehow feel like the nuclear bomb doesn't matter, which is a ridiculous thing to say, but
no one has ever said that in the history of mankind. I don't think this nuke matters.
Yeah.
I don't think this nuclear bomb is a big deal.
Somehow I just don't think it's an issue. They buried it and
Well, I did read on the forum someone posted a link, and I believe it said it was a link from Popular Mechanics. You know,
yeah.
Deconstruct the science on Lost. And I believe they said doing what Dan suggested of patching it with cement and burying it would be good, but I think they said it would only hold for 50 years or something like that. Or
that was 100 something.
Was it 100?
I thought it was 100.
It was something not that long. It was not too long.
It wasn't that long, but it was sort of. I thought it was long enough to cover their time period.
Yeah, it was. It was fairly long, but not really. It wasn't like it'd be fine forever.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like it would be fine forever. I wonder if I could find that.
Yeah, I'm gonna look right now.
What could that be called? Oh, why didn't you put that there? Not in that section. See.
Oh man.
Oh, man, where is it? podcast section?
Is there any?
God. Or wait, was it in the main? I'm sorry. I know this is really exciting to listen to. I just don't. There's so many places things can. Oh no!
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
Should I
minutes.
note this?
To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Do to you two.
All right, I wrote that down.
Okay, here's I got the actual article in front of me here.
Okay. Oh, here it is. Oh, this is a few hundred years.
Few hundred? Okay.
But not forever.
That's good.
So yeah, a few hundred years is like more than enough time to cover.
Not if they time shift a few hundred years in the future.
Well, there's that. I guess that's possible. But yeah, it makes sense that it would matter. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with that. What are they going to do with that?
It says eventually, however, the plutonium could leak into the groundwater, and since it will still be dangerous for hundreds of thousands of years, and concrete might last hundreds, burying the bomb would not be a permanent solution. So that's sort of the problem, is the concrete wouldn't last long.
I see. Okay. If only the concrete lasted longer.
That plutonium doesn't play around, man. It's going to stay around for a couple 100,000 years.
Man, wow.
That's no joke.
Yeah. Plutonium is...
You know what's not joking around?
What?
Plutonium.
Yeah.
They say house guests and fish both smell after 3 days. You know it's going to be around for a couple 100,000 years. It won't be your house guests and fish. It's going to be the plutonium.
Wow.
All right. So there's
I never knew that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That is crazy. That's scary stuff, that plutonium.
I wouldn't mess with it.
I wouldn't either. So yeah, I guess we'll have to deal with that someday. Maybe they'll just never be able to go back to the island because it's flooded with plutonium.
Yeah, that's it. Hey guys, we're here, but our Geiger counter says there's too much radiation on the island. We can't go. Okay, let's go home. Bye. Lost.
Yeah, that's not exactly how I thought it would go down, but It does make it look silly.
Well, I think that's it for the podcast. Unless you got some other stuff, I'm done.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. I mean, did I want to say something else about? Let me see here. I really shouldn't look things up live. It never works. I always think it I always think it will. Oh, okay. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I don't want to talk about any of that. Ugh, too many spoilers. Ugh. Shouldn't have read that. Anyway.
Wow. LostSpoilers.com again.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why were there spoilers there? I don't understand.
What's in the spoiler section of that site?
I was just going there for a little light reading. I got some spoilers. It's not fair. So yeah, no, that's it. That's all. We got it. Little Prince. Enjoy.
Prince.
Next week's episode, I don't even know what it's called, but we'll see.
Big Prince?
I doubt it.
Me too.
It would be a terrible title.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for listening to this podcast. We'll be back next week with next week's episode. Thanks, and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.